Checking the stream online. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our special committee of the whole for March the 4th, March 5th, sorry, 2026. This is our first budget meeting for this year. First formal sit-down review of the budget for this year. As we call the meeting to order, we'd just like to acknowledge that we gather on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen people known today as the Songhees and Kasapsum nations, and their historic connections to these lands and adjoining waters continues to this day. First order of business is approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I do not have any remarks tonight, so I'm going to get straight to the meeting matters, which is meaty enough on its own. With that, I know we have a presentation here that's being managed by Ms. LaChance, but am I introducing Ms. Hunt first? Is that the, okay. So to kick this all off, we'll just hand this things over to our Chief Administrative Officer. This thing's still new, we can still call you that. Michelle Hunt, please welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am very pleased to be here with the senior leadership team to present the draft 2026 to 2030 five-year financial plan. This budget is a culmination of months of staff work, which started before I joined the district, and I want to thank my colleagues around the table here and their staff for all their hard work to date. Specifically, I would like to thank and recognize Rihanna LaChance, Director of Finance and Asset Management, and her team for delivering this comprehensive budget package to Council. This draft budget aims to give Council the information you need to find the right balance between building the district's financial capacity for maintaining sustainable services and delivering on your strategic priorities with affordability for residents. The economic environment continues to be challenging, with higher inflation on the goods and services used by local governments, a competitive labor environment, and a great deal of global economic uncertainty. Combined with this, Council's been making significant progress on addressing the funding needed for its aging infrastructure, while also responding to the new demands and expectations of both the province and the public. With this context in mind, staff have been considering some important financial planning principles. These include principles like prioritizing investment on sustaining existing infrastructure and services before developing or expanding into new areas, focusing on the core programs and services that municipalities are intended to deliver, rather than stepping in to fill the void left by other levels of government, purposefully managing change through gaining a deeper understanding of our service levels and costs, ensuring that development bears the costs of growth, ensuring that financial challenges are addressed rather than deferred, and finally, further exploring sources of non-taxation revenue. I offer these high-level thoughts about principles to help Council as they start the difficult process of deliberating on the budget next week. With those comments, I'm going to turn it over to Director LaChance to introduce the budget package and the process that we're going to go through this evening. Thanks.
Welcome, Ms. LaChance.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, CAO Hunt. I'm very pleased to be here to present the 2026-2030 five-year financial plan. It is draft, and you'll see that in the title on the report. Also pleased to be joined here this evening with my colleagues around the table to support this presentation, as well as the deliberations over the coming 2 days, this Thursday and next Thursday. I'd also like to just draw attention that online we'll be joined by Dawn Christensen, is our interim Deputy CFO. She's been instrumental in getting this budget to you today, so I'd like to just draw attention that she will be supporting online. And although you don't see her, she's been a very big part of this process. And then I'd also like to introduce Council to our new Manager of Financial Planning, Darcy O'Neill, just over on the far left here. Give a little wave, Darcy, thank you. He's just joined us, of course, in a very fun time of year when we're preparing the budget, just in January. So he's learning quickly. I hope you enjoy the budget that we've put together for you. We very much have been diligent and deliberate in trying to provide enough detail and analysis for Council that you would be able to make your decisions. We're here to answer questions this evening. As I mentioned, this budget is draft. It's not intended to be final. We hope to, through the next coming 2 days of deliberations, determine that direction for final financial plan approval, as well as the bylaw. The budget before you is reflective of direction that we've received to date, both early in the process at financial planning guidelines, early budget approvals through other accompanying reports, priorities check-in, so that's council priorities check-in in November. And then, of course, as we develop the budget year over year with ongoing multi-year direction from council. The budget package includes the report, structured to present a balanced budget, taking readers through the operating expenses, revenues, capital, and reserve continuity schedules, with references throughout the report to the appendices that provide greater detail and analysis to help the reader understand the budget in entirety. With this evening's presentation, staff seek council's direction on prioritization, policy and service levels, determining alignment of district resources to community needs. This is, as I mentioned, a deliberation document. You will hear some familiar things from the financial plan check-in report that you just received in February, and we'll update you on any changes since then. We're addressing the direction received also by council that evening in late February, with reduction scenarios coming back to council on March 12th. To get here, it does take many months of careful planning. I would like to extend a very great thank you to all of those that contributed. Both staff and council have contributed for us getting here. A special thank you to the finance team. I know they'll be listening, and they provide a lot of input and support. I also want to extend a thank you to the many volunteers. I would have mentioned that last year. I was very impressed in joining the district and coming to know the vast community of volunteers that support what makes Oak Bay Oak Bay. I want to extend that. I experienced that through developing the budget and our day-to-day operations here at the district. So lastly, just before I look for guidance to jump into the presentation and get us started this evening, I just wanted to provide a couple of comments on the budget. The budget before you is a stay-the-course budget. It provides for operational capacity to deliver on council priorities and maintain replacement programs and program service delivery. It reflects deliberate prioritization to manage pressures on reserves, borrowing, and revenues for future. That's reflected in the rephasing of the capital program that we'll take you through this evening. This has changed the trajectory of future tax increases. This budget reflects utilization of best practices in financial management to manage fluctuations in tax rates that would otherwise be occurring. The recommendation here this evening is for the committee of the whole to receive the report. And with that, I'm happy to transition into the presentation at your worship's direction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chance. Is there anything you need to, Steve?
Yes, sorry to interrupt the flow. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty with the presentation, and we're just trying to sort through that right now, which might delay being able to proceed. If we could just take a 2-minute recess.
Sure. Well, I'm happy just if it's just a presentation piece, what I'll just go through. If you look at the table of contents, there's 5 pieces in there. And for the benefit of council or the sitting as committee today and the public, the intention here is to go through the consolidated budget, which this should not be a terribly long presentation. And then I'll take some questions of council. Then we're going to go through all of the department budget presentations. And I'm just going to ask council if you would, if you have questions for an individual department, just to write it down. Because sometimes they might get answered in later parts of the presentation. And then at the end of that, we'll take questions to all departments simultaneously at that. My intention is to probably at that point also, before we get into the 5-year forecast, to open it up for public input. If there's any questions or comments that we want to see from the public, we can take those at that time as well. I'm just going to play this a little bit by ear. It looks like we might be stretching a little bit long. I might just as a courtesy around 7:30 or so, just stop and take some public input at that point, just in case people want to say something to us and then get home. I don't want to keep you too late. So the intention here is to give some context first and then get public input, get questions from council, and conclude this. That's essentially the timeline. How are we doing on the presentation?
We are having difficulties getting the presentation on Zoom. If you would like to proceed, we can have it on the live stream. but the participants on Zoom would not be able to see or follow the presentation.
I see, you're right, it's not on my screen here. I think because we're going to be able to talk to it, and for those who are watching on Zoom, the presentation is now included in the agenda package, so I would just encourage you to go to that agenda package and follow along, and we will get it up on the screen as soon as we can. So with that, Ms. LaChance, I think I'm going to hand this back over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just need a moment to get the clicker from my colleagues to run the other presentation.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if we're
And-
waiting for this to happen, maybe what I might do, just as a, the people in the room here, would you like to just have a chance to speak to council and leave, or would you rather stay around and see the presentation?
I'll have it up on Zoom in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to see the presentation.
Okay. Okay, we'll do the presentation, and we'll go to then seek public input on PACES. So please go ahead, Ms. LaChance.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. As you were mentioning, the presentation is broken into several sections. The first section is essentially to provide some context and corporate planning reminders for council and the community on the process that's undertaken each year. And then we'll move into the consolidated overview of the 2026 budget, providing council with those high-level changes in budget, implications for tax revenue, with household estimates shared throughout that section of the presentation. Then we'll move into probably the longest part of the presentation, which will be the department presentations. I'll be joined by my colleagues, so it'll be a very colorful section of the presentation. We've expanded those sections for council, so we've intended them to be very informative. And we also have intended to shorten the other sides of the presentation to get to discussion with council. The last section in section 4 before closing remarks is the 5-year forecast. So we're surfacing for council the tax rate 5-year forecast, and then also a projection that we like to keep an eye on with respect to borrowing in that final section. And then we'll wrap up with what our takeaways are for the next meeting, as well as resurfacing those scenario reductions that we've received from council, how staff have initially interpreted them, confirming our direction for the next meeting. So with that, the financial plan is required under Community Charter Sections 165 and 166. Legislation requires a 5-year financial plan be adopted before May 15th each year. To prepare and develop appropriate assumptions, staff prepare financial guidelines report early in the process to check in on some of those significant assumptions that we would want to affirm as a governance group. Also, as input to form the financial plan, the 4-year council priority plan cycle and priority plans are integrated each year. Community input also forms the financial plan foundation, with results of the community questionnaire feedback considered each year. As required by legislation, and to best align delivery to community needs, public input occurs throughout the process, throughout budget feedback forms, open public meetings, and on the financial plan here during deliberations. The corporate planning graphic here, you will have seen it before. I always reinsert it just so that you know that it's our North Star in terms of the process that we undertake. It always drives us back to those council priorities that are set early in a council term and revisited through council priority check-in. We're regularly tying back to this process and performance reporting principles as set out. The next slide, really quick summary of the financial planning timeline. Again, I've already referenced the financial guidelines, just moving left to right on this slide. In November, council received the police board budget that had been received by police board, approved, and then delivered to council before the legislated deadline. Also in December, utility budgets, so that would be the solid waste, water, and sewer utility budgets were received by council, which resulted in approval of bylaws that have generated rates for the period of January 1st to December 31st. February, we've received other presentations from other jurisdictions or from other organizations. We're partway through the grant and aid adjudication process as part of the budget process. And then we had the early check-in budget report. So ahead for us is the release of the draft budget as you have it now, council deliberations, public input, and all of that will take us to April with bylaws. The deliberation schedule, so this is just note that we've got the 2 meetings scheduled to do day 1 and day 2, special committee of the whole, deliberations on budget, and then we're going to be moving into receiving direction from council and determining when the first readings of the bylaw will happen based on that direction. Just jumping into the financial plan approach. So this is really important that that I share the foundations of how we put the budget together. Every year it starts with the touchback to past performance. So we're reviewing actuals. Council will recall last year in the budget development, we instituted a requirement that all budget development would review the last 3 years, 3-year averages. The 3 years average for actual performance or actual results so that we aren't falling into a budget increase year over year. We're actually checking back to actual results and setting our budgets based on our capacity and right-sizing that. And then we're always sort of moving over to the right, checking in early and throughout on economic conditions that affect the organization and that may affect a certainty of our budget assumptions. Also, we are very, very focused on this aspect just down to the far left of that slide. Gathering and adjusting at all stages of development is our service delivery strategies and identifying community needs. And then just over to the right, I've mentioned the financial planning guidelines, but those really are where we draw our connection to council and prepare that budget to present today. This is an important contextual slide. It gets updated, but generally the themes that we want to make sure we're reporting to council are seen here on this slide. So definitely within the package you will see a tariff update as our most recent information. Council has had to monitor this as well from a governance standpoint, updating policy, giving us direction for local buyer preference, and helping us manage those risks to our budget overall, budget costs overall. And also as we continue to make investments into the organization and have staff resources added to the team, we're looking to prioritize those investments and make sure that they are right-timed with the community needs and replacement needs of the capital program. We're regularly trying to manage that scope and timing, and in some cases, you may remember with community building and planning, some of those staff approvals, we were just in timing those staff asks and just in timing the hiring of those dependent on application activity actually coming through. And then review and optimize the internal efforts to streamline, enhance standard, scalable approaches. There's optimization work, also community building and planning, underway to optimize the work that we do, and that also helps us avoid future increases of staffing and tax rates. And then just from the right, also included in the package is a very minor, not meant to be exhaustive, highlights of the recently released BC budget. There are some notable effects that, if they come to pass, will have a direct effect on municipal operations. There's still steps that have to be taken for those to come into effect and pass, but we would have our eyes on that and then incorporate that into maybe any budget amendments if required, or reporting back to council on implications for future budget cycles. Last couple of slides here on the context piece. So this is just a reminder that the district has made significant headway in terms of establishing best practice suite of financial management policies. This is the area that you would want to make sure if you're missing any policies while you're going through a phase of investment. You'd want to make sure to circle back. This year, we completed the debt management policy. In my opinion, completing that core best practice suite of policies. And this slide just goes to sort of reaffirm our practice and make sure that that gets communicated to council. You know, I've touched on the council priority check-in already and the financial planning guidelines and actual performance, but new this year would be the touchback to recently completed work for capital prioritization and the long-term investment forecast, which has helped us to do that capital prioritization I talked about in my introduction notes. And then also we've have the early budget check-in that we've done with council to get that deliberation started early this year. Budgets that have already been presented, just as we, before we get into the consolidated budget presentation, received the police board, the utilities, as I mentioned. Oak Bay Tourism has already presented to council, Greater Victoria Public Library, and as well as the BIA. So with that, I'll just pause. I'm not sure if there's any questions, comments.
Any questions from council at this point? I think you can continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Just 1 second. So the first slide here is providing operating expenses for council at a consolidated level. So the balanced financial plan provides the operating expenses and the operating revenues, as well as those related to capital and reserves. So when we look at a consolidated level, we've got a total of 122 million. That is a decrease of 9.2 million or 8% off the previous year consolidated total. The primary reason for that is the rephasing and prioritization of the capital plan that has allowed the decrease within the first year of the plan. The operating expenses account for 53% of the total, with the capital expenditures now second in line at 35%. And transfers to reserve have increased, as expected, with the continued phase-in of the infrastructure levy to account for 12% of the total expenses within the balanced budget. The drivers for the operating expense line item is centered in around these three themes. Going left to right, we've got council priority projects, which are included in the package in Appendix 3. That shows the remaining project expenses through the 5-year plan, as well as the funding sources. The new requests are highlighted in Appendix 4 within the package. There are several requests. Within the brackets, you can see the staffing, basically the prorated staffing accounting there for starting at the top, engineering administration with a part-time 0.5 position, traffic services for 1 FTE position, finance, cash clerk, and time entry. Those are 2 part-time positions that have been combined to 1.1. There's 2 staffing requests related to IT, the first being the IT management at 0.67, and the business analyst, which is a term position. And then the last 2, one being the facilities coordinator, so it's a project delivery coordinator, as well as lastly the PRC management 1 FTE position. And just to the right, we've got our previous direction that we've had a phase-in plan set, multi-year phase-in plan in all cases, in all 3 items. The top would be the Sustainable Infrastructure Replacement Plan phase-in amount, which is the 2% increase to the infrastructure levy. The second one up would be the multi-year, 5-year plan to increase the funding to active transportation projects. And that would be a previous direction from previous years for council. And then also the fire services master plan staffing multi-year funding for capacity increases within the new fire staffing model. So I highlight those because they are the main drivers that are driving a change in the operating expenses, and that we highlight and provide more detail in the package as they affect tax revenue. Also offered to council and offered to the community this year are items that we feel are relevant to council's recent discussions or upcoming discussions or interests in advancing priorities. These are in future work plans in each of the departments that are listed there. They potentially could be advanced by council if so chosen. They have not been included in the plan, but provided here just to provide that fulsome look for council in terms of more than 1 year of investments that are ahead. The concept, should council so choose, would be that we would receive direction to include in plan, and then we would consider that an enhanced plan off of what is being presented this evening. This slide I've included because in the entire budget, the consolidated budget, the packages that you've received, each of the department's budget lists an FTE count chart. Within each of the departments, there will be an account of the 2025 FTEs that have been approved, and it'll show any of those new requests that I just talked about as additions. We also consolidate this into Appendix 7 within the budget package, and at the consolidated level, within that Appendix 7, we've included descriptions for outcomes from a review that we did this year for budget. So combined with work that we do with HR in terms of managing the staffing component approved by council for the district, we performed an audit and a review of all of those previously reported FTEs to council, and determined that there had been different standards applied within different departments, purely just to give insights into that type of business, but doesn't provide that consolidated view for council that we feel was consistently applied. So we've just adopted best practices in terms of reporting FTEs with a standard definition. We're looking for those FTEs that have obligations, ongoing obligations, and we've restated the 2025 figures. So the slide here is quite small. I would encourage you to go to your package. I'm happy to answer any questions about this. It's a bit of a doozy, I'm sorry. But I do want to let you know that the major outcomes from that review and audit were that we decided that because of the principle around obligations for council, auxiliaries should not be counted as FTEs. And then we also felt that the positions that were full-time supporting or being funded from either the water utility or capital fund also be disclosed. And so we've added those into the FTE count. My hope is that I'll be able to help council through that change in the community. We do feel like it's the best starting point as we head forward to standardize our practice around FTE reporting to the community. Just moving over to consolidated funding. What we have here is a fairly detailed listing. You'll notice that it's the balanced 122 million with a decrease of 9.2 million or 8%. And as mentioned earlier, the primary change would be the, excuse me, would be the transfers from reserve to fund capital. We also have, just below that, the increase in property value tax, which includes the frontage tax. The increase year over year is 11.2%, inclusive of everything that you'll see in the department packages and presentations. The transfers from reserve, as I mentioned, now make up 30%, whereas they were close to 40% in the prior year. So that gives you an idea of how prioritization is critical through this phase of investment to ensure that we are using reserves wisely, investing those reserves wisely, and delaying borrowing if possible, as well as the impacts to tax revenue in the future. Just diving into user fees. So between taxation and user fees, there are significant primary sources of income. The slide focuses on user fees. It crosses across, it shows the cross-section of departments that collect fees and charges. The year-over-year increase is 2.1 million, or 8% collectively. The increase is driven both by increased activity levels as well as fees and rate changes or increases. There are various methodologies to determine rate changes. All are established by fees and charges bylaws. The pie chart provides a percentage distribution for each of the departments, with PRC making up 38% of those fees collected, with water and sewer accounting for 26% and 20% respectively. The next slide takes us into the property taxation revenue. You'll note at the top, the total amount would be 44.8 million, with the increase being 4.5 million. That accounts for the 11.2% change, and the household impact of $562 per household. We do use a median household in Oak Bay to make those calculations. And the median house allows us to correct for any population variances that may drive the statistic in one way or the other unduly. The left side of the slide takes you through how the changes are layered in. I know the writing's a bit small, but you can rely on the same order as the table. You've got the non-discretionary increases that we've been signaling throughout the budget process of higher than inflation in a number of cases that are having a significant impact on the budget. And you can see the size and scale here compared to the other changes. We've got the police services budget as approved, included within that change driver slide. And then we've got the next three are the phase-in plans, sustainable infrastructure levy, active transportation levy, and the fire master plan staffing. I've highlighted the PRC, COVID restart funding for council. That is a change since we reported to you in February. Once we do all of our work to pull the budgets together and balance the results from the year end, we have better information about grants that are available for those previous phase-in plans from council. As a reminder, previous years during COVID, with recreation services affected greatly by COVID interruption, the decision was made to fund some of that lost revenue from the provincial grant, the Safe Restart. That funding is running out. We have been signaling that for a number of years in previous plan, and this year is the first year where we would see that taxation impact. It's a close to a 700,000, or actually it is a round number. It's a 700,000 impact of to taxation to the 4.5 million increase in taxation, with a 1.7% increase in taxation percentage. Just going down the line, election will be election costs there increasing. While there has been a mindfulness in this budget to offset some one-time costs with one-time funding, Election is one of those that we have identified and have used any unappropriated surplus to help with tax rate fluctuation. There is an impact here that still remains, and that's, of course, one time in nature because the election is happening every 4 years. Going forward, the staff have identified that in order to avoid any tax fluctuations in the year of election, that we would save each year. That is a standard practice. I'm happy to take direction on that if council doesn't see fit, but that is within the 5-year plan that we put a smaller amount away each year. And then lastly, the other items that council hasn't heard about already would be the fee and other revenue changes, as well as the one-time revenue offsets at the bottom. So I've separated them. I know they sound very similar, but I've separated them to isolate the notable changes in the fee revenue that are having a direct effect on taxation. I've also highlighted separately, which is a requirement as part of your budget approval, that I'm showing you where we are using one-time revenue to offset costs. So you'll see that throughout the next, throughout the presentation and through next week. I've provided the listing here. It is also in your package in Appendix 15. It's detailed. There's a new, very detailed tax reconciliation at the end of your package. You will see this itemized and tying to these totals. You may recall, Council, last year I brought forward a couple of items and suggested them. We knew this year we would need to be taking a very hard look at how to mitigate tax revenue, and so this has been done in advance this year. But it is very much up for council direction. And we've brought back here for council's reference those optional investments. They are listed with the impact, potential impact. It's not been included in the presented budget. Potential tax impact, potential tax increase, and the household impact, and provides a new total including those optional investments if council so chooses. I anticipate that as we receive direction from council, we will track the change in tax revenue in a good old spreadsheet, and we'll have that up on the screen for council. So while it's been grouped and totaled here, any variation is possible. Just to wrap up, before we transition into the department section, this is the, again, the total revenue, and you're seeing the change in year over year, as well as those optional investments being added in with that total. Oh, the capital. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle's looking at me. Sorry, I didn't get through capital yet. I was too excited. Yeah. I should love talking about capital, right? Yeah, apologies, you guys. So we're just going to jump into capital now, and I have a few slides at the consolidated level, but we will be going into much more detail in each of the department slides. This slide is somewhat busy, but definitely is something that we're monitoring as we're trying to drive more reliable 5-year capital plans with which we can assure will be delivered and require that scarce funding. We're monitoring our ability to scale the capital program to deal with some of those deferred replacements that council's approved for action. And we're measuring that against the actuals and how we're able to deliver those. And so we're always monitoring, are these realistic plans? Can we actually deliver that amount of capital each year? And I know it's a tad busy, but if you could keep your eyes on the gray, that is the reprioritized capital plan for 2026 to 2030. And you'll see that it's much more even in its distribution. The first year is no longer loaded like the previous 5-year plans. And you'll see that it's much more closer to the experience in 2025 than previous plans and actuals. So my previous comments in budget last year were, we're on our way, we're carrying forward amounts, but we are scaling, we're getting there, and I think this graph goes to support that performance. This is a slide just to provide a summary of all capital plans, because as I mentioned, you'll be going into detail in each of the departments and won't see this view at that point. Sort of working left to right, you've got the largest capital departments. So that would be Engineering and Public Works, Facilities, who's delivering some major facilities capital programs. Parks and Rec has a vast network of playground, trails, benches, and many more things that I'm leaving out. But there is a listing there and a detailed capital plan in the package. You'll also note the water and sewer utility capital plans, fairly consistent with previous years. Just behind that would be finance, IT, asset management. There's several hardware replacements that I'll get into when it's my turn to present. And then Oak Bay Police Department, Fire and Administration listed there. The split on the 5-year funding, again, is similar to what council would have seen last year, in that we're through a period of investment in some major facility renewals, as well as some continued road rehabilitation and drainage capital investments. And those are the projects that had been identified in previous years as ideal for borrowing based on the debt management policy principles. And that's where you'll see this split, probably heavier weighted to debt than we would want to see in the long term. And this would shift over time. And so this is just to give you an idea for this period, what's the funding that we're trying to manage. And when we prioritize, these numbers can change. And then just lastly, I know that we're just venturing into issuing debt, and the district currently has no debt outstanding. We have identified, as I mentioned, in the capital program and also the Sustainable Investment Infrastructure Replacement Plan, that there would be a need to be able to get through a period of replacement and renewal through usage of debt. Council's provided some excellent feedback in terms of how we should be communicating with the community, how the debt should be managed, and given us good direction to come back on. I just have this holder just to identify for you that the debt management policy does set out very clear guidelines for us on optimal replacement timing. When we are allowed to use debt, we're allowed to time the replacement at the right time for the community, and then we're able to lower the overall life cycle cost of that asset over time. When we wait, maintenance costs will go up. The replacement costs are higher than they would have been previously. And typically we're in a place where we're actually renewing instead of just replacing. So we're actually having to expand on the facility or the assets. Project cash flows, so the second point there, we're looking for those, only those capital projects where the cash flows would result in unmanageable shifts in taxation. And then the last point there is really about the, we're also looking for those projects and only those projects where there is intergenerational benefit. And borrowing allows us to pass those costs through generations, and if not generations, maybe decades. And it is a tool that we would use to do that. I just want to make a note here that the community is top of mind as we're setting out to launch the debt program. And lastly, there is the debt program report, including communications plan, is coming back to council. It is in progress. I just really wanted to assure you that while it's not here and you haven't received it yet, it's underway. Now we're at the department summaries. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to walk through the consolidated section of that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. I know the department pieces we'll get into a bit more detail. I did want to give an opportunity for council to, or committee members to ask questions at this point before we move into the departmental details. Are there any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be appropriate just for me to ask a couple of questions around reserve balances at this
Sure.
point? Yeah, okay. So I know that when I was looking at the information, the reserve balances are projected to fall from about 62.9 million now to 31.6 million in 2030. And I'm wondering if you can tell me if we know what the minimum safe reserve balance for the district should maintain, what should that be? And if 31.6 is too low for us to be maintaining?
Sure, Ms. LaChance, and if any of these questions are better served later on, it'll be addressed later on, then just we can deal with it later as well.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I can provide a brief answer. I think it's fitting since we're on the consolidated section of the plan. And it does tie back to the debt guidelines and approaches that we would take. The debt program and the reserve balances work in tandem. We're using debt to supplement where there are insufficient reserves. In the last couple of years, as we've worked to improve asset management practices, we've improved the drawdown on reserves. So if you rewind 2 to 3 years, we were drawing reserve balances down to somewhere in around $10 million. Now, with the debt management policy in place, as well as strategy being implemented into the plan, we're now sitting at an ending balance, as you rightly identified, somewhere in around 30 million. I would suggest, without us having finished the long-term funding strategy work that would be coming as part of the comprehensive asset management plan and long-term financial plan, that somewhere in between the 10 and the 30, I would be very worried if this organization, given its size and scale and the size of the asset base, were to erode reserves further. I will note that there are not intentional reserves set up for any kind of emergency situation. Typically, you'll have a suite of reserve targets set out for an organization that will target emergency operations, maybe 1 to 2 months of operating expenses set aside. We do have a nice suite of reserves set aside to stabilize taxation. There's a police major crimes fund. There's a number of minor reserves that have been set aside. So we're making headway, but I think there's more work to do in terms of what the right balance is or what a minimum balance should be.
Anything else?
Thank you. And then, so do we then know what the projected annual debt servicing cost will be by 2030, or are we able to determine that?
Ms. LaChance?
Yes, absolutely. We've included the 5-year forecast within Appendix 9. I'm just going to double check that. Thank you. I had a feeling it changed. Apologies. I'm going to get my binder from under the desk when we get into these questions more. But yes, we've included a fair amount of additional detail, actually, on each of the borrowings, the projected principal and interest, the implication. So this is only forecasted at this point until approved, until the project moves forward. It's not for sure, but it is included in the package that you have, and we will. Actually, I don't think we'll cover that tonight, but possible to come back on day 2 with that. Yeah.
2 more things, Mayor, if I may, through you. I wonder if you could explain, I know you said it was, I think you said $552 per households based on, and I'm assuming that's based on a cost of, the value of a house of about 1.5 million. Is that correct, or is it different than that?
What is the median value these days, Ms. LaChance?
Yeah, I'm going to look that up off the top of my head. I think it was in and around 1.7, 1.65 or 1.7. I'll just have to look that up. I hadn't looked in a few weeks.
No worries, thank you. And then my last thing would just be, thank you for addressing the election issue, because that was one of the questions that I was going to have was, why do we not put money away every year? But now you've answered that we are going to start doing that, so thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to staff. Just with respect to the full-time equivalent chart and just the restating of the full-time equivalents, I'm just wondering, just to confirm a couple of different things. And this is probably also primarily a question for Parks, Rec and Culture, because I know that the bulk of auxiliaries function in Parks, Rec and Culture, but is that number relatively predictable over time? Like, can we track or assess the FTE count in the auxiliary category over a number of years?
Ms. LaChance, do you want me to direct that to Mr. Soulier?
I'm going to, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to attempt to answer it, and then I'm going to ask for help from my colleagues. So from a financial perspective, auxiliary budgets often are made up of two things. They're made up of the hours that get used and then the rates. And oftentimes, the way that those positions get deployed, so the rate will pay and the amount of hours we pay will vary. And so we're often looking for an actual calculation of that for the financial budget for auxiliaries versus where when it comes to a full-time equivalent, where there's ongoing obligations, employee agreement, employee contract, where we cost that position differently. And so we're costing that at the stated rate with the stated benefits. And there are no variations in terms of the hours or the fluctuations in that in those positions. There are some hourly full-time positions that from a budget practice point of view fall in the middle. But from an auxiliary point of view, we really do want each of the departments developing those budgets based on the hours they expect to use and some kind of estimate of the rates, not an FTE number calculation. I hope that helps, and I'm going to look maybe to my colleague in Human Resources for some help.
Ms. Gannon, welcome.
Thank you very much. And I may pass it to Director Soulier as well, but from my perspective, it's we track auxiliaries in dollars. We don't track them, we don't convert into FTE. So if that's just the simplest answer I could give from my perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Soulier. Lots of people answering this one.
Through the mayor, so I think just to close this off, if you look at a sort of typical month, we're looking at in the neighborhood of 300 staff that would be getting hours in a month, providing services in a broad range of services, obviously through the Parks, Rec, and Culture Department.
Please continue, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to confirm, with respect to FTE change, as I say, we're talking about capital funded projects, so I see the increase in engineering and public works, and I'm going to assume that these are the positions that, just for confirmation, these are the positions that council has elected to fund over time out of capital budgets related to water and sewer utility and primarily from those categories.
I think I'll give it to you, Ms. LaChance, then you can throw it over your shoulder to whoever else you want.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's a team effort, I can tell you. Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so my understanding of those FTEs is it was positions that were previously identified to be funded out of capital, but also those that cost recover out of the utility functions.
Anything else? Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Appleton, for asking that question. That was one of mine, so that'll be quicker. Just to follow up on the comments by Councillor Braithwaite regarding the debt that we will be taking on in the years to come. I notice in the package there is, of course, reference to the debt, but not as visible is the interest payment. While the debt actually is an investment because we gain an asset from it, the interest in securing the debt is totally a cost center, and we don't realize anything for that extra interest. So I'm just wondering if we can highlight the interest as kind of for each of the projects, but then as a total also of what we would be paying on interest annually, so that we can compare it against some of the revenues and expenses, just for clarity, because we don't gain anything from it, but it does certainly curtail our spending and future borrowing because it limits us for a period of time. So perhaps our Director of Finances could just speak to that.
Sure. Please go ahead, Ms. LaChance.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Yes, you're absolutely right. We will accommodate and account for principal and interest separately. We manage each borrowing separately, so we have to track that legislatively and make sure that that gets reported both in the financial statements and through the budget. It is included in the package if you're interested in that portion of interest, and we can go into that, as I said, if you want more details. It is important to note that as we would proceed with analysis of decisions to borrow, We are always providing that principal and interest breakdown. So we're helping council to understand of this particular borrowing with a project that has advanced. So there has to be a reality that that project's going to advance and that we have the costs right. We would be reporting to council the different options for terms that result in different levels of interest. And so that is, as you picked up on, a decision-making factor that is integral to council's decisions to borrow. And then I would also say that that forms part of our life cycle cost analysis. There is also a cost to waiting to replace. There's also a cost to using taxation or reserve money that would otherwise be earning interest to pay for, let's say, a replacement of a facility today. We would be using a substantial amount of our reserves to pay. We would be asking the community to pay for that, and it would be, there's an opportunity cost to taxation dollars as well. I do hope to talk to council more about that in the future as we develop the debt program. It's a corporate finance concept of weighted average cost of capital, and you're trying to balance the amount of reserves that you're using, so tax dollars today, with the amount of leverage that you're using, borrowing costs that are typically at a premium.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for that information, Ms. LaChance. I just go back to one comment that you made, that the information on the principal interest will be provided once the undertaking of a capital project becomes more of a reality. And so if I could just clarify for that I guess in my mind, part of making the decision about the capital investment may depend upon some of those outcomes. And so I am wondering what council will see to help us make that decision to get to whether it's going to be a reality of a project or something that will be deferred.
Mr. Chance?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, excellent question. Again, that when I refer to life cycle costs, those should be part of the decisions on major projects. And we would be understanding that there's a cost to borrowing to execute that project. The Carnarvon Park redevelopment is a good example of where the original estimated costs of that project were somewhere in around $10 million. By the time we assessed and engaged community and understood the full scope of that need, the cost of that project had increased. And so those are those ideal points in time to be looking at, when we increase costs of a project, how does that increase the cost of the borrowing if we know we have to borrow? That may not be the case with the portion of reserves available to council as more infrastructure funding is being put away.
Thank you. I don't see go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director LaChance. My question was just with regards to the increase in the operating revenue that was listed in your report, increase in operating revenue of 4.1 million or 5.3%. When I'm looking at that and then looking at the amazing table at the end of our package, which starts to get into the financial management strategies, I just wondered if you could speak high level at this point on how the increases in operating revenue are stable enough to look at them maybe strategically to reduce property taxes. Because I see some of these increases in operating revenue translated into the final chart, but not all of them. And I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more elaboration on when something is sort of shifting enough to actually impact the property taxes.
Mr. Chance?
Thank you, through your worship. So I just want to confirm a couple of points on that, or assumptions, if I'm hearing you correctly. So I think you're referring to Appendix 15, which is the tax rate driver reconciliation. So typically we're building the budget from the expense base up. So we're costing all of the staffing, determining what contract obligations we have, and we're building the budget up that way. We know that specific operations are funded by different types of revenue policy decisions, whether that be fees and charges. Perhaps there'll be grants involved. And so we know I'll call it a process of elimination, what falls to taxation. Taxation is the last process that we absolutely touch. We make sure that every other line item in that budget is sure, and then we will balance to taxation. When we focus on taxation for deliberations, we're very much looking for identifying for council those decision drivers that decisions can be made on and that can affect the tax revenue to the communities as a whole. The idea of pulling out the details for tax isn't a subjective process. It really is understanding of what expenses are being funded from which revenue source.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Can I just ask a couple of very quick questions then before we move on? And one is just curious about reporting, the tracking over time, either in the annual report or through the budgeting process, the auxiliary changes in auxiliary, because it does have an impact on budget as over time, and it's important for us to be able to still see it, even if it's not an FTE line item. So where is that going to be reported in the budgeting or financial reporting? Through me to you, Ms. Chance.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. I wish I had added that earlier. So typically the auxiliary budgets will have their own separate salary line, and they'll be called auxiliary or wages, and that's where those budgets are managed. Those will be reported as drivers to council, so if there's any changes year over year, in the case of Parks, Recreation and Culture, there is a sizable budget that supports both the seasonal and auxiliary staffing and supports a fulsome ongoing operation in some cases, in most cases. And so that we're looking for those changes in year over year, and we would be identifying those for council. Additionally, my colleague may be reporting to you through other reports and help you understand any implications to the workforce or programs. So through fees and charges, you will hear about program changes and impacts on the related fees. That's before you approve a bylaw. So just a few snippets where you'll get the information I think you're looking for.
Okay, thank you very much. Just cognizant of time, it is 7 o'clock and we've had the broad overview. Before we get into the departmental, I think I'm just going to invite if members of the public wish to talk to council. You can have up to 3 minutes each just to speak. That would free you up. If you want to leave, you can at any time. I will also give an opportunity after we do the department summaries and council's had a chance to ask questions for those, for any additional public input. So I'll call now if anybody from the public wishes to talk to council, make any comments, ask any questions. You can do so at this time. And if not, I will ask again a little bit later. Yes, please come forward. You can demonstrate to the world how the best way of doing this. We just ask that you just turn the microphone on in front of you. State the middle button. There we go. State your full name and just your municipality of residence. You don't have to give us your address, just your municipality. And you have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Marvin Eng. I live in the municipality of Esquimalt.
Welcome.
And I'm here to talk about the deer management line item, the deer contraception program. My principal concern here actually is about evidence-based decision-making and the public understanding of science. Okay, so I have just been made aware that Dr. Fisher has provided you with a 12-page briefing note explaining why contraception actually does work. Be that as it may, he does not say anywhere in that briefing note that the population declined when they were giving the contraception and then rebounded once the contraception was stopped. And that is by far the most compelling reason that you might carry on with the contraception program. In fact, the population declined throughout the study. And nearly a quarter of that decline occurred before the contraception could have had any effect. You were told in council that there was a 58% decline in the number of fawns in the first year. The report does not say that. The report says there was an apparent decline. The web page says there was a significant decline. Okay, an apparent decline and a significant decline are two completely different things, even for members of the general public. So again, my concern here, I would recommend you not spend any more money on contraception, okay? Particularly if you're only going to do it for 1 year, which is my understanding. And as I said, my principal concern here is about evidence-based decision-making. The report you got was wrong, and it's about the public understanding of science, and the web page does not accurately summarize the report that was provided.
Thank you, Mr. Ring.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to council?
I have a question.
Yeah, please come forward. Same process, if you just give your name and municipality of residence.
It's still on. My name's Elizabeth Vitanza, and I live in Oak Bay.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering what any non-tax revenue sources are being considered, and I don't know if that's coming further down, but just curious what those might be.
Sure, there's lots,
Okay.
but perhaps I might just pass your question on to Ms. LaChance. If you just give a fairly robust set of examples, perhaps, of what we use for non-taxation revenues.
I know there was a list at the beginning.
Yeah, I know, but we can go, we
Okay,
can share it.
thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to do just that and maybe circle back to the summary, just to make sure that the members of the public can find things they need in the package as well. There is a revenue section appendix, just looking for it because I don't have my binder up yet. Thank you. It's in Appendix 8. My colleague has just helped me out. And it provides an analysis and summary tables of the revenue sources. And the best table to look at from the presentation, if that's where the public so wishes, is going to be the consolidated funding. You're going to see the transfers from reserve, which aren't a revenue source coming in from outside the organization. It's coming from our reserves. You've got the property value tax, which is accounts for approximately only 37% of the funding the district needs each year. And then you've got fees and charges and other revenue. That is other sources. I believe the taxpayers are referring to at 30%. 22%. And then we've got the other sources of revenue below that. So we do also receive grants, both operating and capital. And we do receive grants in lieu as well, which may be of interest for the deliberations from those other government organizations located within the district's boundaries.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if that was sufficient or not. It was Appendix 8 that has the breakdown of all of the okay. So I may just point you to there just for the more details. If you have further questions, by all means, you're welcome to raise them. Any other members of the public that wish to speak? Not seeing any online. I'm going to, please come forward. Same process, just name, municipality of residence. Welcome.
Sure. My name is Paul Taylor, and I live in the district of Oak Bay. Want to commend staff for the quality of the presentation tonight, the clarity, the transparency, the complexity behind it all, the thoughtful policy development that's happened over the years as well. So really, as a resident, it's impressive, and I've enjoyed listening to the presentation. My comment is to council. It's sort of a rhetorical question as you're thinking about what happens next, particularly when it comes to property taxation for the coming year. If my recollection is correct, I think we've seen 30% increase over the last 3 years. Hope staff will correct me if I'm wrong, but ballpark, I think that's right. So if we're adding an additional 11.2% upon that, something to think about would be what if every order of government increased taxation by that level this year? What if every service provider increased the cost of the service they're delivering by that much? There's a challenge, I think, for median household, and I was really glad to see Councillor Appleton's comment about concern about the rate of increase this year. Obviously, a lot of thought has gone into getting us to this point, and but would really encourage council as they're thinking about what happens next to kind of ask that question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And yeah, I think this is why we're here, is to recognizing that we do have to manage our costs over time, and that's what we're doing here. Any other members of the public that wish to speak? Okay. Back to, oh, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Watson. And then Councillor Green, did you wish to?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question of Ms. LaChance before we move on to the next portion. It's just a question about policy and practices with respect to investment of our reserve funds, our capital reserve funds, and kind of what our earnings are, where they show in the budget, and how that rate of return moves or may not move in relation to the cost, the projected cost of debt, like the rate, the interest rates we're going to pay on debt we take on, bear any relationship or resemblance to the kind of rate of return we get on our reserves?
Ms. LaChance?
Well, that's another very savvy question. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll do my best to provide some orientation to how we view and look at interest rates for the district. Typically, our approach to investing is fairly prudent. We're not allowed to take very much risk. We're very much looking for stable rates of return, and we're in principal guaranteed products. So that right away provides a differential in maybe a return that you might be seeing in the market on equity products. The district's not allowed to invest in those. Typically, theoretically, debt rates are usually always at a premium. There are times in recent economic conditions where the yield curve has inverted, and you've had actually a like investment rate as a debt rate within the midterm, so somewhere in between 5 and 15 years. And so those are things that we watch, because what we're looking for is that opportunity cost that I had talked about earlier with the weighted average cost of capital. This hasn't been, of course, I'm newer to the district. It is a more sophisticated practice for managing investments. Our investment policy manages what investments and how we'll invest and how we'll consider investments. But as I said, largely it's dictated by legislation. The way that we would, as we look at that long-term financing strategy or funding strategy, we would be looking at, is it optimal to save or borrow? And in those economic conditions, we would be monitoring the ideal scenario given the project at hand. There are also opportunities to mitigate interest rate risk when borrowing, when we're matching the life of the asset with the life of the term of the debt. That helps us with some risk mitigation, cost mitigation. So I just hope that I had helped answer that it's definitely on our radar. From a municipal perspective, we are limited in terms of our ability to focus in on a speculative type investment and debt management. And, it bears repeating, our investments very much are aligned with our investment policy.
And just a very quick follow-up. Is that investment actually managed in-house, or do we have a service provider who actually manages that part of the portfolio?
Ms. LaChance?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So that is managed mostly in-house. We do have the Municipal Finance Authority that we are legislated to borrow from, who also offers investment products. By way of those investments, they create funds. And by way of those investments, we're able to, through them, access a managed fund. So in some ways, there is a managed service available to us, and we do have investments with the MFA in those funds currently. And then if there's any other investments that we'd be making with other banks, we would be managing those placements. Again, those would be the delegated authorities within the organization. They would be managed based on cash flow forecasts. And that is part of our plans moving forward with both reserve and debt management, is that a more active investment service needs to be provided as we navigate the cycle of investment.
Thank you. Councillor Green, do you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you, and through you to Ms. LaChance. Thank you very much for such a comprehensive binder. This is one of the best presentations I've seen in some years, and thank you for that. I just wondered if you could help me provide context or clarity around what we mean by deferred maintenance deficit or debt. Residents often talk about Oak Bay's supposedly high deferred maintenance debt or deficit. Could you provide some clarity around that issue? Because it is referred often by people that I don't think fully understand the context of that. Thank you.
Ms. LaChance, or should I give it to Mr. Rennick?
Oh, I will ask for help. I'll take a run at it and then I'll ask for help. Definitely through your worship. I think the overarching concept that has been contemplated as a community and much work has gone into studying and developing the calculations around an asset funding gap that is in part contributed to by maintenance that's been deferred. So I wouldn't say referring to asset funding gap is entirely maintenance, but there is a element that when maintenance is deferred, it results in more risk of failure, higher costs of maintenance. When you do end up advancing that program, you'll have more maintenance to do in its simplest form. And when we talk about the district, the Sustainable Infrastructure Replacement Plan absolutely looked at conditions, the rate of investment in previous years in history, generational history, also looked at levels of maintenance within the budgets and whether or not those operating and maintenance budgets were considered sufficient, and then reported back to council around an action plan for funding. And that is exactly what the funding is for, is to address the funding gap. I will also now, if it's okay with your worship, pass to my colleagues because they also have had previous reports to council that they may wish to provide more detail. Probably Mr. Rennick first.
Sure, and I welcome Mr. Rennick. And
Thank
for
you.
those in the audience, he's our Director of Engineering and Public Works. Welcome, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to this. One of the classic examples in asset management about early intervention is with roads. When you have a road that is in moderate condition and you can do surface repairs, fix potholes, you can generally rehabilitate that road to an excellent level of service for a relatively low cost. If you don't do those capital interventions in a timely manner, you get into a point where the entire road is so badly damaged that not only are you removing all the asphalt, but maybe you're doing base repairs too. So there's lots of figures in the literature where it's sort of, if you intervene in a timely manner, it costs you less over the life cycle of that asset than if you defer, delay. And so we're always looking in every asset class, and I reference roads because they're really the textbook example, but in every asset class, it's that timing of intervene at the right time so that you have the lowest overall life cycle cost associated with that asset.
Thank you very much. Go to Councillor Patterson for a second time. I do want to get on to the presentations from the...
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Green's question, though, which I thought was a good question, and it is asked by many in the community. Another question that comes up and can be a little more difficult maybe to answer, and that is how we make the decision to incur debt, and so residents within their tax allocation are repaying the debt principal. and interest along with that, and at the same time contributing to the reserve funds. So there are members of the community that they somewhat look at it as double dipping, like we're making up for the past, and we're funding for the future. And so how do you rationalize? How does staff rationalize and make recommendations to council about that?
Ms. LaChance?
Yes, thank you, through you, Your Worship. I have to say these are excellent questions, and they're quite doozy questions, so they're loaded. So I think especially being newer to the district, when I was looking at the multi-year phase-in plan that council had set in motion and the previous studies that have been done, it was quite clear that the funding plan was to establish a level of capacity. There are some references to attaining a sustainable level as we near the end of that multi-year plan. And I think the calculations assume that if we set course to correct course, at least in part, that we'll be on the right track for the future sustainable service delivery model that asset management practices call for or suggest. There's sort of no easy way to say how much of that is catch up for previous years, but I do know that the amount has been set with a forward-looking view, and that is particularly why debt would be needed, because the reserves and the current levels of funding will fall short of some of those historical replacement needs. And so you're seeing definitely the investments that would be funded from debt being benefited from those people that are now paying for the debt into the future. So just to say that last part a bit more simply, when you're using borrowing, it actually spreads the cost appropriately over generations. And so while there's an increase in reserves, you also have the ability with borrowing to lessen the load on the current taxpayer.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to get on to the departmental summaries. So we're going to go through all of them, and then we'll, at the end of that, have the opportunity to ask some more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm going to get us started in the department summaries. I'm looking particularly at starting us off on the summary slide for the department operating expenses. This slide just serves as an introduction to the section. The distribution across the departments is shown here, and you'll see the order of the names listed in sort of order of size of budget. You'll see that it's widely distributed across a number of services. We are a full-service municipality, as I would tagline it. We deliver every municipal service that is available, in my, of course, my opinion, which is notable because we are very much trying to be efficient at delivering many different business models, municipal service models. The total is $63 million, and it'll be broken down by each department, and presentations will be given by each of the directors. The budget package, so the department package, is broken down into a small summary, one-pager service level description. There are accomplishments that are highlighted for council's information, followed by the operating budget, as well as a expense driver table. So that's where you're looking. If you're interested in the year-over-year changes in each of the department budgets, you're going to be looking to that table. And then it's I've got a section on capital with additional slides and information for council this year. We're looking to make sure that there's expanded information, ability to dive in. We've actually redesigned the engineering presentation of capital. where there were programs historically, in some cases, not yet broken down just because budget, without budget approval, it's difficult for the engineers to get started without that approval. But this year, there's been a really concerted effort to break down those projects so that council's able to see what the budget would deliver, what area, what type of asset. And so you'll see a new design in that package in your binders. And there's also been some very helpful maps added by engineering. And not to oversell engineering against any of my other colleagues, each of the departments has provided extra information in their respective sections. I'm going to start us off by just introducing corporate services before I start handing it off to my corporate services colleagues. Particularly, I just wanted to be able to introduce it and advise council about a change in presentation. The corporate administration supports effective council operations, legislative compliance, organizational performance, and community engagement. Corporate administration consists of the following functions: council and its budget, executive services, in quotations, the CAO, human resources, strategic initiatives, as well as corporate services. Beginning in 2026, those operating budgets for each functional area have been developed. They've been presented to council this evening on a go-forward basis, so they are unable to reasonably determine the comparatives, so we provided the breakdown, the ownership by budget, so each director will present this evening on those budgets. But I wanted to advise you about the change in presentation, particularly as we navigate the changes in budget. With that, I wanted to be able to show you the summary level, which provides council with that assurance that while we've broken the budgets out, and there are a number of drivers, you can see that the total change is limited to the $241,000 increase. So that's taking the previous budget of $3.3 million to $3.6 million, and it's a 7.1% change. And again, that's operating expenses, not necessarily a direct impact on taxation. And you can see the drivers at a consolidated level on this following slide. So hopefully, council, you're able to view your hard copy or your online presentation. I'm not going to go through each of the line items at this level. I'm going to defer to each of the directors to provide the analysis. But just to help guide council, this is truly the focus for a change year over year across all of those functions. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass over to Ms. Hunt for council's budget presentation as well as her own.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I must say that change was driven by myself. Corporate administration used to be, one large budget, and then the 4 different directors were, pulling from that budget. And I really felt that they should all be responsible for their own budgets, which is why I asked staff to pull them apart into the various functional areas. So I take full responsibility for that. So starting off with council's budget, really made up with council's salary and benefits, and then grants and aid, and some additional fee-for-service contracts that you provide to organizations that provide services for the district. The next slide is the budget drivers. I wanted to just draw your attention to a couple here, and that's the $15,000 in consulting fees and the $5,000 that we set aside for the South Island Reconciliation Advisory Committee. That is a committee that Councillor Green sits on, and every year they ask the municipalities that participate in that advisory committee to set aside a budget of $5,000. They may or may not draw on it. If they don't, obviously we would carry it over, but that does help fund the activities of that committee. And then there is additional consulting fees of $10,000 in there, and that's to fund things like task forces that are set up for a specific purpose. I believe last year the task force for the derelict vessels and moorage management is an example of that. Other than that, the increases are related to standard salary and benefits. Moving on to the next section, which is my budget. A few accomplishments here. I won't get into what happened in 2025, as I did just join you in October, but at a high level have some planned areas of focus for 2026. Really want to continue the work that was being started in developing relationships with the local nations, and developing a framework of communication and engagement for areas of mutual interest, and you'll be seeing that in a couple of weeks. Another priority, given the level of capital investment and the capital plan, is really looking at the internal governance framework for capital project delivery. And a few members of the senior leadership team and I have formed a bit of a steering committee where we're really hoping to strengthen the planning and communication across departments, proactively manage financial and other risks, and enhance our progress reporting to council in terms of those capital projects. And the last bullet just speaks to organizational development. And for me, this is really ensuring that we're enhancing the strategic alignment between council's goals and priorities and the work and staff's capability, the workforce's capabilities. Really looking at assessing current and future strategy and ensuring we have the right level of skilled staff to deliver on council projects and core services. For me, this also includes a continuous improvement program, really looking at service levels, data, employee engagement, and one that is delivered through leadership development and change management. So I just wanted to highlight those are some areas of focus for myself. Moving on to the budget, really it is made up of salaries and benefits for myself and the executive assistant for the CAO and the mayor, as well as training, professional developments and consulting fees, etc. And I have one special project there, which is to support the Indigenous Relations Program, and this is one that has been ongoing. I think in the past it was around $40,000, and we've actually separated it between human resources and myself in terms of human resources, using some of that funding for learning programs for staff around Indigenous relations and reconciliation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Anderson.
Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm pleased to provide the budget presentation for the Corporate Services Department. Corporate Services supports Council and the organization through Council and Committee administration, corporate records and information management, access to information and privacy compliance, and delivery of statutory processes, including elections. 2025 was a year of transition for corporate services, with the departure and onboarding of all four of the full-time core positions, the director, the deputy director, and 2 legislative coordinators, while retaining 1 part-time archivist. Throughout this transition, the focus remained on maintaining a consistent high standard of service to council, the organization, and the public by facilitating all meetings of council, including the town hall sessions and public hearings, and continually seeking and collaborating with internal departments to review processes to ensure legislative compliance. Highlights for 25 included the update and improvement of land use notification procedures in response to provincial legislation changes, council approval of the corporate accessibility plan, and the receipt and response to 49 freedom of information requests, which reflected 16 more than 2024. To date this year, 19 requests have been received, which may indicate a further increase year over year. Not highlighted on the slide deck, but I would like to quickly acknowledge is some good work of the archives. The part-time archivist is supported by 7 volunteers who contributed over 500 volunteer hours to catalog and organize the district archives. In addition, archives contributes presentations and displays throughout the community, notably the Oak Bay Avenue Street Market and the Recreation Center's 50th anniversary. Looking ahead to 2026, preparations are underway for the October general local election, planning for the inaugural meeting of council and council orientation sessions. This work will be completed alongside the department's regular statutory and operational responsibilities. On to the next slide. The 2026 operating budget for corporate services is $1,040,343, which includes corporate services, archives, and elections. Within this budget, corporate services will provide oversight and accountability for select corporate-wide accounts to ensure consistent administration and reporting, such as costs for advertising, postage, equipment, and other miscellaneous corporate charges. Next slide, please. This slide outlines key budget drivers and reflects, as mentioned by Director LaChance earlier, the transferred amounts to separate out and isolate each functional area of the corporate administration consolidated budget. Key budget drivers included inflationary increases and election-related amounts associated with vendor agreement costs and election staff pay. Already touched upon earlier, for future years, staff are proposing an annual election-related allocation to improve predictability and avoid material increases in election years. And for the final slide, this slide outlines the district's capital investment for an electronic document management system. To date, for this project, work has progressed incrementally with limited auxiliary administrative support, focused on migrating the physical corporate records department by department to the Local Government Management Association's classification and retention schedule. To advance the program and support the demand for electronic records, modernization of the organization, the budget package includes an optional investment for a records coordinator position that would provide essential technical leadership, oversee records and information management, maintain consistent classification and retention practices, and strengthen the ability to meet statutory requirements related to information management, access to information, and privacy. While this optional investment can be deferred, it is an area of need across the organization in order to comply with legislation and ensure accurate and efficient service delivery. Thank you, and I believe I'm handing over to my colleague, the Director of Human Resources.
Welcome, Ms. Gannon.
Thank you very much. So good evening, welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am happy to be here this evening to present the HR's budget. The HR department is comprised of 4 FTEs, the director, an occupational health, safety, and wellness manager, a human resources advisor, and an HR support specialist. Human Resources supports the entire organization, including fire and police, delivering services in recruitment and selection, labor relations, including collective bargaining and grievance management, compensation and job evaluation, organizational design, and employee training and development. The department also leads organizational compliance with occupational health and safety legislation, manages WorkSafe BC and long-term disability claims, and coordinates return to work and workplace accommodation programs. HR also works to mitigate WorkSafe BC premiums and manage organizational risk through proactive injury prevention, early and safe return to work initiatives, and strategic relief of cost applications. Our 2025 accomplishments include screening 848 resumes for 44 competitions across the organization and participating in 25 selection processes, developing a leadership development program for the district to strengthen organizational capacity and consistency, and through WorkSafe requests for reviews and appeals, HR was able to receive $440,000 in relief of costs, which will have a positive impact on future premium costs. In addition to our day-to-day services, in 2026, the HR team plans to implement a performance feedback and review program for all levels of staff to strengthen accountability, development, and organizational effectiveness, complete a comprehensive review of HR policies to ensure alignment with best practices and legislation, be recognized as one of BC's top 100 employers, work with police and fire management teams to successfully bargain collective agreements that have expired, and successfully conclude ongoing collective bargaining negotiations with QP Local 374, and publish a training calendar for staff which outlines all corporate HR training. The training for 2026 for staff will include leadership development training and Indigenous relations training to strengthen cultural awareness, respectful engagement, and alignment with reconciliation commitments. Next, I'll speak to HR's budget, which is $912,000 for 2026. First, 2/3 or 67% of our budget is comprised of salary and benefit costs, and other budget lines include funding for legal, recruitment and onboarding software, corporate training and conferences, long-serve recognition, and GVLRA membership fees. So with regards to the special initiative projects, first I'll speak to the Human Resources Plan update, budgeted at $42,600. The organization has grown substantially and the current HR plan has expired. With these funds transferred from previous year, The department intends to develop and implement a structured HR plan to guide recruitment, retention, succession planning, compliance, and workforce development. And next, the $93,000 budgeted for health and safety. These funds will be used for external contracts to complete key safety-related initiatives that will allow the Auc Health and Safety Manager to focus on claims management and relief of cost applications and other strategies aimed at reducing WorkSafe premiums. The initiatives will include updating the remainder of the Confined Space Program, updating the Isolation Lockout Program, and other programs including development of an excavation safety program. And to speak to the rationale for increases to the HR budget, as outlined previously, with the decentralization and realignment of budgets to specific departments, this has resulted in an individual department showing an increase. And in 2026, there was a carryover from HR's training budget from 2025 for a one-time training for Indigenous relations training. And $25,000 has been requested in 2026 and every 3 years thereafter for an external review of exempt compensation review, comparing other municipalities as per council resolution. And last, there was an increase of in G-Villeray cost of just over 5% from 2025. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. And I'll pass.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be presenting the budget for strategic initiatives. Strategic initiatives includes myself and a deputy, and also, as of the start of 2025, the Communications Department. So the Communications Department is also part of strategic initiatives. We lead major corporate initiatives, advance any council priority projects that are assigned to our department. We also seek grant funding, and we both communicate on district initiatives and support departmental efforts at community engagement. So it's quite a wide-ranging portfolio. The 2025 accomplishments and the 2026 planned accomplishments are a sample of just a cross-section of the type of work we do, obviously not exhaustive. I did just want to highlight just how engaged our community is. It is remarkable. I think our software vendor that supports the Connect Oak Bay platform just reached out to us to say, I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're just like, you're rocking it. Our activity and our engagement is kind of 2 to 5 in terms of the number of connects we have is twice what they're seeing in other communities. Our email campaigns are very, very successful to the tune of the click-through rates being 3 to 7 times what is typically the norm to be expected. We've had 6,000 responses to surveys in the community this year, so we are an incredibly engaged community. We have 2 people in our communications department, which even not taking into account how engaged our community is definitely on the low end of things compared to other communities our size. So on a per employee basis, I think doing a remarkable job of reaching out to our community. On the grants function, we have a person dedicated to seeking grants. It's not all she does, but she does focus efforts on attracting grants specifically related to council's priority projects and large capital projects. So that does, in response to a question that came from the public earlier today, what are you doing to reduce the tax burden? Going and seeking that grant funding is very much part of that strategy. So been successful in attracting significant grant funding on that. I will just highlight a risk on on that function in that in the past, the grant programs that we've been successful in attracting have had an asset management component, and we're very strong and very competitive on the asset management portfolio. We are seeing the grant programs start to shift more to prioritizing those communities that have a large growth component, and we're not one of those communities. So going forward, there is a risk that we will be less successful with our grant applications and offsetting some of those costs of our large infrastructure projects. So I did just want to talk briefly about that. Moving on to the slide about our operating budget, as Ms. LaChance introduced, there's obviously a change there because it's the first time that we've been separated out as our own project, and that will be reflected throughout the budget documents as they pertain to our departments. The special initiatives that are listed for our department are the Songhees engagement and the Esquimalt Nation engagement on Turkey Head. I'll be bringing forward a report on that next week. And then Council has also set aside some money to support the expression of interest process that Council has asked us to proceed with on the Marina site and any next steps, efforts emerging through that process. In terms of the budget drivers on the next slide, there's, I think, pretty well been covered in some of the earlier discussions. I think one thing that I did want to highlight is the significant cost increases that we're seeing on software. We are doing what we can to mitigate that by wherever possible. When we get hit with a big software increase is to explore whether there are other alternatives. We did in fact just manage to contain cost increases on, for example, Hootsuite by going to Heyorka, which was a cheaper provider, and also for other reasons was an apt move. So we do within the communications department have a lot of software that supports organization-wide activities. So we have the survey software costs for the organization as a whole, the social media scheduling post, some design software costs and so forth that are all within our department, but support the organization as a whole. So, Your Worship, that concludes my presentation. Thank you. Over to Facilities Management.
Welcome, Mr. Graham.
That'll be me.
Oh, that'll be you. My apologies. Go back to you, Ms. LaChance.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Through your worship, I have the pleasure of presenting the next two budgets, so hopefully there'll be a pretty smooth cadence to them. In my role as the Director of Financial Services and Asset Management, I oversee the Facilities Division as well as Finance, IT, and Asset Management. And within financial services is the procurement function. So I have the pleasure to present this budget, but I, of course, very heavily rely on our program specialist, David Graham, program manager for facilities, who had onboarded with us a number of years ago and has made a meaningful difference with respect to the administrative facilities and relationships across some of the operating contracts with all facilities, and then also leads some major projects, which I'll sort of walk through as I present this budget. He is here for questions if you'll need him. The division delivers several facilities functions, namely residential property management for those properties where we have residential tenants. We have the municipal facilities management, so anything that's district owned that's within the portfolio is managed through David Graham's shop. And also a major project delivery. So it generally centers around major facilities projects, and it is a different type of function than facilities management. So we do treat that work planning, resourcing, and funding differently as we bring forward our budgets to council. Up until last year, the scope and responsibilities for the division included about a third of the district-owned buildings, those classified as administrative and residential. Properties listed within the slide, just up at the top, would be the Municipal Hall, 1538 Monterey Avenue, 1423 Hampshire, and 1531 Hampshire Avenue, along with Todd House and the Oak Bay Marine property. The division also works closely with police and fire on their facilities and the Greater Victoria Public Library Oak Bay branch building, which is located within the Monterey Recreation Centre. Starting in 2026, the portfolio of buildings has been expanded to include recreation facilities. That brings Oak Bay Recreation Centre, Monterey Recreation Centre, Henderson, Windsor Park, and Carnarvon Park Recreation Centre, which is currently under development, underneath the scope of that centralized and standardized approach to facilities management. There are 3 approved positions supporting this function. That would be the program manager, the facility operations coordinator, and recreation facilities manager, which is currently being recruited for. In 2025, the division continued to advance enhanced levels, in my opinion, facility planning and programs, including completing facility condition indexes on all district-owned buildings, advancing project delivery milestone phases for detailed design of Carnarvon Park Master Plan in the project management role, as well as the feasibility of public safety building. That work is underway. And renegotiating centralized commercial waste, recycling, and janitorial supply contracts that have led to an overall budget reduction. It's spread across a number of budgets and functions, but it equated to around a 30% contract cost decrease, and in some cases 50%. Looking ahead, I don't want to skip over that we are also working very closely with Climate Action senior analysts to execute remediation improvements, reducing electricity as that program advances, and that is a council priority project. So some savings also result from that. Looking ahead, thank you. Here we go. And so I'm just speaking to the accomplishments just now, Council. Looking ahead, the division will continue the migration of the recreation facilities to the centralized division. In partnership with Public Works, renovate the main office building at Elgin Road. Complete renovations to the external washrooms at Municipal Hall, which has received a grant, so will be a project planned for completion this year. And then also, of course, to advance project delivery on the next milestones for Carnarvon and public safety. The total budget, as you see here, slightly small print, actually is a net budget of $344,000 net of lease revenues. This is showing as a significant increase over prior year. However, it's primarily due to the relocation of staff and costs that had previously been located within the financial services budget. So you'll see the reduction on that side exactly equal. Moving into the expense driver tab, we do have the previous year's base budget with that increased budget transfer showing there at the top of $172,000. Just below that would be the core budget request for ongoing support for the facilities project delivery coordinator, intended to support major and minor facilities replacement projects, providing scheduling, project team support, public engagement support, communication, budget, and status reporting for all of those projects. To maintain service levels, the facilities and asset management department seeks to scale the project coordination function within that project delivery during the period of when a number of projects are underway. There is some overlapping with some of the minor projects that would also be served by that function. And just combining several of the next drivers, they have been itemized because they are line items within the budget that we've been able to list out for council's information, but they largely equate to the inflationary increases in contract. And just moving next to the capital plan, so you will see again our listed out job cost codes and projects listed. There is one program within this budget, and you'll see that sort of midway down facilities general capital program that is in place for minor projects. We do not always know what those projects will be at this early stage in the year. But generally, that is an envelope that is thought for appropriate for the portfolio of buildings. There was one of the items from the capital plan last year that was completed that I wanted to mention for council was the T-loop was added to council chambers. If you weren't aware, that was one of the accomplishments for 2025. That's to help those with hearing impairment or hearing loss. Sorry, I was using acronyms. It's typical for finance. So I'm just going to keep moving here. The capital plan total is 6.7 million, increasing over previous years, primarily to reflect some higher pricing estimates. Some of that is largely driven by market conditions, some of that resulting from tariff disruption. There has been some recent improvement in terms of pricing, but ideally these are the costs that we think should be authorized within the plan to do these specific projects if they are approved. Within this capital program, you will see the fire police station reference at the bottom. That project budget has not been repriced or recosted. It's only retimes based on new assumptions around that project moving forward. The one new item in here that I'll draw your attention to is the municipal hall boilers replacement. It wasn't in the previous 5-year plan. There is a risk of failure without a redundant system. One of the boilers has failed. So this is an example of where an asset management plan wouldn't maybe anticipate those pieces of equipment failing beyond before their useful life. And so we've had to advance that into this capital program. Also, within your package, just to draw attention while I have the mic, that the Appendix 6 will provide all the capital detail as well as the Appendix 5 in each of the departments. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move into financial services. So financial services, as mentioned earlier, covers the functions of financial services, risk management and insurance, procurement, information technology, and corporate asset management. The team is made up of 16.6 staff, inclusive of the 1.77 in new budget requests put forward this evening for council's consideration. This total staff this is the total staff number across all functions, which we can get into a bit more on the next slides. The department was responsible for several initiatives in 2025, with the most notable being the completion and implementation of the developer and amenity cost charge programs. And of course, that was supported by a number of my colleagues. There was also the development of the capital prioritization framework and long-term investment forecast. The division remains intent on streamlining processes and systems that support the organization's priority projects, successfully implementing procurement, in-house procurement, capital project support, treasury management. Some treasury and cash flow models have been built out in 2025, including completion of the debt management policy with council. Looking ahead, we'll continue on phase 2 of the council priority project comprehensive asset management plan and long-term financial plan with continued work to streamline existing processes to meet the volume demands. Just breaking out information technology separately. I'll just try to be brief on this. Information technology delivered a routine set of hardware upgrades. They also performed the risk analysis along with members of the other departments surrounding technology and cybersecurity, implemented mobile device management, and improved connectivity at several district sites. Looking ahead, there is a heightened demand for the community and staff to utilize technology in new ways. The IT division is currently challenged with responding to these growing demands. The community experiences new and advanced technology in their daily lives, which in turn creates expectations of the district's interactions. Furthermore, given the complexity of the municipal environment, those heightened expectations Staff are trying to constantly evolve ways to improve service delivery and gain efficiencies. As we look forward to what those tangible initiatives will be, we identified the district technology strategy and IT master plan as a priority. Potentially, if approved, migrating a new hybrid IT resource model. So looking to supplement the managed service with the staff requested in this budget. Also, integral to that work to support across services would be supporting a staff advisory group that would help inform and right-size investments. We would be looking to maintain a IT risk register. And then also, very important as well to get developed would be a prioritization and investment guide for the district in terms of technology solutions. Technology environment is evolving fairly rapidly. There are a lot of software as service solutions that have changed the way with which the district can adopt software and also the life cycle costs associated with that. And so we would want to make sure that we understand what those criteria are before we start migrating our environment. The budget is split. I'm just going to flip ahead here because I'd just given you highlights of those two slides. Just to the operating budget. The budget is split between finance, IT, and risk management on this slide. The risk management line item is primarily attributable to the Municipal Insurance Association of BC costs for general liability and property insurance. The operating budget shown here for 2026 is net of minor revenues, total budget of $2.9 million. And that is inclusive of the new requests. There is a notable, the increase is notable at $493,000 across those all three functions at 20.5%. It's primarily driven by each of those separate staffing requests. I'm just going to be able to show you those in one moment. I want to stop briefly on the special projects attached to this division. We have both the asset management plan, that would be for the council priority project. Those funds have been drawn down over the multi-year plan as outlaid in the project charter. And then we've added in new this year, the information technology strategy that you'll see for $153,000. It consists of both consulting dollars as well as some business analyst support. It's as a package. It would be intended, of course, to inform the roadmap for the district from a technology perspective. The intent is that it reflects council's technology needs for the district, the community's needs, staff needs, and those other organizations that seek to interface with the district. The IT strategy, while is considered a one-time cost and has been considered for one-time cost mitigation through one-time funding, which you'll see later in the presentation, and you saw earlier. So just moving on to the next slide. So I understand this is rather busy for you. I apologize. It is covering a number of functions, so we wanted to make sure there's enough detail. Maybe we overshot it. But you do see the inflation across all line items within those functions at 76,000 or 3.1%, just slightly higher than the target of 2.1%. You'll see the budget transfer for those positions that move to facilities next in line. Following that, you're going to see the core budget requests. There's three of them. The first two are related to information technology. The first one is the succession planning for the IT management lead role internally. We currently have a project manager that will be retiring shortly. We also have a 0.33 unfilled IT position, and so that's been combined to add a 0.67 new request for council. Essentially, with the retirement, we would see a -1 in the FTE chart in 2027. This position would help support that strategy work as well as implement any recommendations coming from those findings and roadmap. And then it would also provide that day-to-day leadership, planning, and oversight from a security perspective. Accompanying that, but only as a term position, would be the business analyst. It does have a cost implication. It is one-time in nature, so would be considered for one-time cost offsets. That position is primarily to jump in and support each of the departments as they determine their business needs and what can be optimized within each of their functions. This is a business process specialist as well as the person who understands technology and can help departments access technology solutions available in the market. And that's, of course, would be done with oversight from myself and the IT manager. The strategy and positions are intended to advance technology opportunities to improve district operations. That supports community needs. Investment in technology contributes to workforce efficacy and quality of municipal services to the community. Within the financial services team, so just moving on to the next core request, it has been combined here, particularly because they are part-time positions. There's two requests for the financial services team. One is to convert auxiliary hours to a 0.5 permanent FTE position. And the second is 0.6 to reduce overtime within the time entry and payroll function, supporting district operations. The annualization of prior year staffing and step increases it does occur, not in every budget. It occurs where there has been turnover, new positions are hired. Each of those new positions are subject to incremental increases based on seniority, passage of time. And so those will be what you'll see summed up in this line item here. So it would be previous new starts in finance that are moving from, depends on what agreement they have with us, but sort of a step 1 to step 2, for example, for council. Software maintenance costs. So the sort of next 3 line items very much are subject to cost escalation, in some cases well beyond inflation. They seem to be, to me, corrections that the contracts hadn't been increased in previous years, and under contract they do have a right to increase it. So we are seeing, I'll call it a bit of catch-up inflation. Also, we are seeing some impact on software costs from a quantity point of view. So we do have a higher staff count. We did do a review this year when we were simply adding staff. That was going to result in costs that were unreasonable. And so we performed an audit of some of those user licenses and were able to mitigate those costs, as we should be doing. But I wanted to share with council that as we add new staff and we see these costs rise, we are diligent about managing those costs. And training was adjusted to compensate for the training and development of new staff. So we have had to invest slightly more training budget just while we onboard new staff and create that cohesive team. And so that generally, if we can drop that budget, we will. But for 2026, we're looking for that increase. With that, I did go through that very quickly. Of course, at the end of the department budgets, I will be happy to answer any questions. I appreciate that the increase is notable, and I understand that it's all within a number of divisions that I'm leading. I would like to just share that you will at times see that where you have made investments within each of the departments. I'm going to call out my colleague, Mr. Rennick. So as he's added staff in his departments, he needs support. So you will see functions that provide support services have following requests. And then I would suggest that share my sentiment that the technology requests have in part come from an operational observation and risk assessment. but they've also come from the growing demand. And I think I mentioned that in my presentation notes, but we do have a resounding need coming through the organization, through those working groups, through those staff training and development opportunities, that those staff that we're hiring and bringing in that are new and gelling with our team, they're looking for those technology solutions to do their job efficiently and deliver the community services that everyone takes great pride in. So with that, I'm just going to go fairly quickly through the IT capital plan. I just wanted to note that we do have a standing line item here for project management related to software. So we do need to make sure that there's money available to us for any type of software implementation. Sometimes departments are putting in software. A good example is, and relatively minor hours for this example, but we definitely had to get involved for in-time implementation for police data input. They put in a scheduling. Julie can probably help me out if I say it wrong. But that's a good example of where we, the number might look outsized here, but there are budgets in other departments that it supports. The desktop phone replacement, that's been carried forward for a couple of years. It is imminent. The hardware is outdated and very difficult to source. We have TELUS who's trying to change the arrangement with us, who desires to. And so we do have to execute on that. We did find that most of the alternatives are technology-based, and so with limited capacity, we've had to retime that into 2026, but it is an imminent project. And lastly, asset management software. The recent work through 2025 allowed us to assess the data gaps that we have internally, and our next step is to standardize the asset breakdowns, the operation and maintenance standard development for the preventative maintenance software. And so we will be moving forward with the software, but probably in the latter half of 2026. So with that, I'm going to complete the presentation from myself and pass that over to Chief Shannon for Police Services.
Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just acknowledging that I presented the provisional budget. It was approved on November 10th, 2025, and there has been a revision since that time, a reduction of $39,000 that speaks to the elimination of the short-term equipment financing, and just commenting that one-time source funding was used instead of taking a loan for 2 police vehicles and the cargo trailer that was presented previously. Oak Bay Police Department has been serving the community since 1906, and I will make a comment that it's our 120th year anniversary this year, and we're very proud of that. There's a lot of exciting change happening for our police department around developing a way forward to control some cost certainty and also service delivery model, and mainly those changes being the reintegration of major crime investigations and administrative records that was previously outsourced to Saanich Police Department, in addition to mandatory training requirements that will be transitioning back to Oak Bay Police Department on May 1st. We're very excited about that transition. And with that came the addition of 2 full-time employees to our police department, the inspector and our records manager. Other than the obvious cost associated to that, just the short time we've had those 2 employees on board, we've recognized the capacity to, just a simple example is and just have the ability to access grant funding, as we've taken back some of those major crime investigations already, just since the beginning of 2026, secured $30,000 to address overtime incurred from a major crime file that we'd already taken on since that time. We've been successful in obtaining a $140,000 grant related to the Gang Guard initiative or program that we are continuing with our school liaison officer. And And I'm mentioning that now because our community support team, one of our accomplishments that has stood up in 2025, we are now realizing the benefit of being able to have those positions staffed and do the work that needs to be done, and the work that was being done with Saanich police officers, that happening more proactively within our community, so we're able to access those funds. For example, the $140,000 for our Gang Guard initiative that came through provincial tactical enforcement priority. So just acknowledging that we're already experiencing those changes, as well as the training and development and experience our officers are already gaining by being able to enhance their skills and deliver those services directly into our community. So we are already feeling the benefits of that. Mentioning with the addition of 2 full-time employees, I know these stats reference we're now at 32 full-time employees. Overall, if you include our casual employees, the volunteers we have through reserve constables, and our contracted employees, and our seconded members that are outside of our building and funded from other agencies with the work that they're doing, we actually have a total of 39 staff that have a direct affiliation to our department. Acknowledging, sorry, go to the next slide, please. I did touch on a few of those accomplishments, but what I do want to circle back on is just having staffing capacity at the executive level and be able to do those strategic plans instead of being reactive all the time. Moving forward with a volunteer program so we can use, we're working through that, volunteers that are already established within our community to help support us in our programs and have consistency in delivering those programs. An example of that is the Block Watch program. Being mindful of time, I will advance to the next slide because that information is in there. Touching on our budget and the main cost drivers, the increase around that acknowledging 16.3% is significant. That a large part of that fell under protective services, $938,000, and 44% of that was the full-time employee addition to the organization, wage, benefits, training that was associated to that. But in addition to that were the benefit rate adjustments. The increase recognizing capital reserve contributions, increasing that to $200,000, and acknowledging the excellent question from community. We're putting forward to reserves and we're paying out now. So making those choices when we can to buy those one-time purchases, the vehicles, for example, and taking the loan. But we do have some significant increases coming related to capital in the future. I did mention it previously regarding the transition to the TASER 10 police equipment, as well as body-worn cameras on the horizon, and there are significant costs attached to those. Our police board, seeing a dramatic increase there, but we have provincial standards that require a community survey that's done periodically every 3 years. So $40,000 of that increase is an expense that we won't be incurring next year, but it will be periodically. But we will look at ways to deliver those more cost effectively and to gain that important information from our community, as well as speaking to licensing and the cost of software challenges, feeling that in police, just like we are across the district. Huge challenges already. We are not huge, but already experiencing the purchase of our capital for new computers for this year was pushed to 2026, and the information and quote I had in December, and then coming back to make a purchase in January, had upped my $56,000 budget up by 14,000%, $14,000 just related to the increase in data required. So I've been told, I don't understand that fully, related to AI requirements and the ability of the computer to think smarter than I do at times. Moving along, again, mindful of time, I'll take the next slide, please. I think I touched on that, mentioning the top drivers there. I'm happy to take any questions, again, being mindful of time. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank the district finance support that we receive at the Oak Bay Police Department, communications, and HR. I don't have line items in my budget that reflect that, but there are times that the Oak Bay Police Department relies heavily on those services, and that is something that we'll be working through in the future to make sure that's addressed. I'm happy to take any questions. I know I moved through some of that quite quickly.
We're going to take questions at the
Oh,
end.
sorry.
So, yeah, we're good.
Partners.
Am I going to Chief McDonald now?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Starting off, the Oak Bay Fire Department is authorized under Bylaw 4920 to operate as a full-service fire department, which is the highest level of fire and life safety services supported through the provincial training standard. In regards to our FTEs, the majority of our uniformed staff work in our suppression rescue division, which is a 24/7 operation. You can see a change in the suppression division officer structure, which reflects a more efficient and cost-effective operating model for the department and came into effect on January 1, 2026. The additional firefighter FTE identified in 2026 is aligned with the Fire Master Plan staffing plan and will allow us to balance our 4 platoons with 7 members on each platoon and further reduces overtime to maintain minimum staffing requirements. Next slide, please. In regards to 2025 accomplishments, I just want to highlight a couple, including rebuilding our resource allocation plan to support a right-sized apparatus response depending on our shift staffing. This model relies on a Tier 1 computer-aided dispatch system and ensures that the right number of units are assigned to the appropriate incident based on risk classification and automatically alters the size of the response unit based on our staffing levels at the start of each shift. And we also implemented an emergency management and planning committee meeting, which meets twice a year and involves senior leadership from most departments in the district. This greatly improves interdepartmental collaboration, planning, and fosters a shared corporate responsibility for emergency management. And key plan accomplishments focus on firefighter recruitment and obtaining a secure training structure to support interior firefighter and search training for the upcoming year. Next slide, please. I should point out that the 2025 budget was built off of the 2021 contract rates. And so that leads into 2026 because that was not based on 2021 contract rates. So we negotiated a new contract which covers year 22, 23, and 2024. So that is the basis for the new contract and is a significant increase. That, along with the Fire Master Plan staffing adjustments, together account for the majority of the overall budget increase for all the uniformed divisions in the department, which is where the bulk of our staff and salaries lie. The new suppression rescue division operating structure also provides a higher level of training and certification for our senior officers and supports succession planning and development opportunities for internal staff, as well as improves the right size response staffing and associated service level improvements for the department. I should also identify that the special initiatives of 18,500 are also identified and cover the Community Emergency Preparedness Survey, which will be going to public very soon, and Council will be receiving a briefing note in regards to that shortly. Next slide, please. In regards to a more detailed breakdown for the cost drivers, as I indicated, it's primarily related to the contract increases, which you can see there from accounting for $400,000. And then the workforce increase, and then the next one being the annualization of prior year staffing. This is a regular increase that we see every year. We have multiple staff that are going through indices increases on an annual basis, and those three together are the biggest drivers that we face. Next slide, please. So again, this is a compressed slide, maybe too much, but I'll highlight a few things in here. For the 2026 capital plan, we have really tried where possible to reallocate capital requirements and push it out to different years to reduce the impact on the 5-year plan. Some of the key drivers for that are our SCBA compressor, which is used to fill our air bottles for interior firefighting purposes, has reached end of life. It's experienced significant repairs in recent years and has reached an unplanned replacement requirement. We have also included a turnout gear extractor, which is essentially a large commercial washing machine for turnout gear, as well as a dryer, which allows us to clean our gear at the fire hall. Currently, we courier all of our turnout gear to Vancouver when it's contaminated for cleaning, which is extremely costly and puts the timing beyond our control. So this should result in a lower operating cost and provide the possibility to change our turnout gear purchasing practices. Currently, all of our members receive 2 sets of turnout gear, which is quite costly, but as a requirement since they don't have any turnout gear once it goes to Vancouver. And ultimately, this will allow us to move to 1 personal set supported with a general spare gear inventory, which results in less overall turnout gear required. We've also restructured our personal protective equipment line over multiple years to optimize the life cycle replacement schedule and better assess the value and effectiveness of the extractor. And then finally, the structural training equipment has been increased slightly to support purchase and customization of a CCAN training structure for use at the rear of the fire hall and purchase of engineered modular wall units to support search and rescue training for structural firefighting. That concludes the fire department operating and capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm turning over here to Mr. Bull next for the community building and planning. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Our department covers long-range and community planning, the processing of development applications and building permits, as well as bylaw compliance and licensing. Our current staff contingent is 15.3. If some of the positions only recently filled, in part due to checking if the volume would appear, and also in another part because we were just very busy last year to get the recruiting process completed. But we are nearly fully staffed now. Let me see. The additional staff from 2024 to 2025 has been used to better support bylaw compliance in particular, because some changes were made in 2024, 2025, needing more support. And the other part of staff is for increased development interest. Next slide. In terms of our accomplishment, we had a more extensive briefing recently about projects, but last year definitely a big focus on housing. I won't go through the long list there. The other topic has been climate and other projects listed on this slide. Next slide. Looking at the coming year, this year, you can see that the housing action program is taking up a little bit less of our time, but still some significant projects around pre-zoning, particularly optimization of development processes and advancing planning for Cedar Hill Corner. Climate initiatives are more prominent this year, the start of the Community Climate Action Plan, and also continuing work on the Corporate Climate Action Plan initiatives. And on the right-hand side, a number of other initiatives that we have more time for this year, which extend to completing the blasting regulations, implementing a short-term rental program, preparing for additional e-apply options for permit applications, home-based business program, onboarding of our new parking enforcement contractor, and an update to our fees and charges for in response to some changes that have recently been made. Next slide. This is an overview of revenue and revenue changes. Animal control is mainly dog licensing and an anticipated minor increase there. Bylaw enforcement, that relates to parking revenue, and that's adjusted to actuals. For building permits, there's also an anticipated significant increase, and that has to do with a couple of big projects on the UVic campus, but also particularly the Camosun rental housing project coming in this year. For business licensing, we also have upped the budget more in line with actuals from the past. And for planning and development, again, in response to actuals from the past, we budget for higher revenues there. And in total, that results in a significant increase in our revenues. Next slide. On the expenses side, mostly flat or slight decreases. And let me see. The top one about animal control is a combination of the animal control contract, but also deer management. And the changes there are in part due to the deer management project coming up in the next slide separately. For bio enforcement, building permits and planning and development, I'm jumping back and forth a bit, but some of the changes there have to do with we took a deeper dive into the budget this year, and based on actuals over the last couple of years, we saw that there's a couple of items that were a bit over budgeted related to staffing, also advertising. Advertising will be lower this year, mainly because we don't have a major intensive project like the OCP this year. And training and conferences was something that was consistently underutilized, and we adjusted that down. The climate item is an increase, and that has to do with the climate action program that was discussed last year, and some of the initiatives in that program are not council priority projects but other initiatives that are reflected here, and no change for the Heritage Commission. Next slide. This is a snapshot of all the special initiatives or council priority projects, and I'll zoom through this pretty quick. The top part is the climate action program project at 155,000, and the lower part of the table is the housing projects of budgeted for this year, totaling 390,771. Next slide. Other projects, a small one, a Cool It initiative through the CRD, delivering classes to high schools, and deer management is showing up here now as directed by council as a special initiative as well at 85,000 at this point, budgeted as a one-year effort. Next slide. And some other changes into the increases or decreases. So as mentioned, a staffing budget refinement reflective of actual staff cost over the past years. Office budget refinement, a reduction, slight reduction. The deer control program is showing up in a different spot of the budget. That's in this particular area a decrease. And for consulting fees, an increase, also reflective of actuals, where we had more need for consultants for some of the council resolutions and in part also for backfilling staff. So all in all, a slight decrease in the budget. Next slide. Oh, and finally, a minor capital item for vehicles coming up in 2028. This is for 2 vehicles, and we currently still have a 2011 and a 2014 vehicle. Particularly the 2014 one is wearing out quite a bit, and we have made arrangements to cover that through fleet management for a replacement, which is planned for that year. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that overview. I guess we're on to engineering and public works. Welcome, Mr. Rennick. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Once again, very pleased to be able to deliver the 2026 work plan and budget update for engineering and public works. The top slide showing our workforce, as was stated in the overview presentation by Ms. LaChance, we have restated the FTE count. Previously, this full count was not presented to council and the community, so restating it, we have 79.5 full-time equivalents as of 2025, and there are 1.5 full-time equivalent requests included in this year's budget. On the next slide, I will not belabor these, but essentially through council's continued investment in proactive asset replacement, in investing in the engineering department, investing in the capital program, we have advanced significant changes in the way that our infrastructure particularly our utilities, are managed. We are doing the very best that we can to professionalize our standards of project prioritization, project delivery, keeping the community informed, keeping council's finger on the pulse, and very pleased in 2026 to continue to advance that work. The revenue discussion essentially is driven for us by the solid waste utility. I will note that these slides do not include the water utility or the sewer utility because council has deliberated those already. So there's not really a lot to talk about on the operating revenue side, just that there's an increase in solid waste fees that council also considered in December. On the expenditure side, a lot of these lines are relatively status quo. There's one or two that are going to stand out as significant increases, which I will get to on the driver slide. There's also one line that stands out as a significant decrease. That's the other public works line. And that just has to do with restating the budgets for the cost recovery driveway work. So just wanted to not leave a 95% decrease without commenting on it. On the budget driver slide, kind of the significant drivers here are the core budget requests for staffing. The administrative assistant in engineering services has been a 0.5 FTE for a very long time. The engineering department has more than doubled in size, and our administrative component has not increased at all. So we are asking to convert that half FTE into a full FTE. We're also looking for another FTE in traffic services. That is the work of painting crosswalks and putting up road signs, which we're only budgeted for one FTE, but for worker safety reasons, because that worker is exposed to motor vehicle traffic, we are basically required to have two people doing that job. And so we're asking to update the budget accordingly. There are one or two areas in our operating budget that we felt needed a correction. And that's that line of repairs and supplies for signs, traffic signals, and street lighting. Those are areas that, upon a review, have been found to be chronically underfunded, and so we are suggesting some catch-up on those. And now I'll jump to the capital plan. So my capital slides look a little bit different from everyone else's because there is a significantly larger capital plan, and so we're just kind of playing with how to demonstrate that. Again, these numbers don't include the water or sanitary sewer capital plans, but as council can see, in 2026, just in the general fund, there's a proposed $18 million in spending. And this bar chart kind of shows how it breaks down into the different programs. As council is well aware, storm sewers and surface flooding and property damage are significant causes of stress and concern for members of the community. And so that tealish color you'll notice most years is one of the tallest bars, and that's the storm sewer rehabilitation program. In the first 3 years of the program, we've got an average of approximately $5 million each year. We have delivered a couple of slides summarizing some of our largest programs. The first one is the road improvement program. We have had requests from members of the community that we more obviously map out where these projects are happening. I had addressed in a response to Councillor Green's question earlier that there's a couple of different ways that you can intervene on repairing a road. So the yellow ones are sort of that higher level, the road's in pretty okay shape, early intervention type. We have significant projects in those areas planned for Foul Bay Road, Henderson, a portion of Oak Bay Avenue, and the blue ones are the more extensive, what we would call mill and overlays, and that is a section of Oliver and a section of Beach Drive are the major ones for that. And we just wanted to highlight that this is a type of mapping that we would like to be able to do more of. We would like to be able to produce similar maps for all of the different types of asset classes. This is just sort of a proof of concept for council and the community. On the next slide, just a wrap on Uplands Phase 1 Humber Catchment. Of course, a project that council and the community have heard a great deal about. The underground portion of that project was completed in 2025. However, there is still some fairly significant amount of repaving and surface restoration that will continue into this year. On the next slide, of course, we have the McNeil Avenue traffic calming and utility replacement. That project started last year and is ongoing this year. It's an estimated cost of approximately $5.8 million and includes over 1 kilometer of water main work. And I think that anyone who lives in South Oak Bay has been well aware of the ongoing construction making its way up that road. It has been a well-needed project, and once the utility work is done, it will deliver some really critical traffic calming to a road that is in badly needs it. The next one is a couple of projects being delivered under the active transportation strategy, the Henderson and Haltane Estevan neighborhood bikeways. These projects were shaped through extensive public engagement and a collaborative design. We're very happy to have announced that construction is going to be starting on them imminently. And as we always try to take a whole project approach, aside from 5 kilometers of neighborhood bikeways, there will also be sidewalk upgrades, intersection safety upgrades, and some minor replacements of underground utilities. And my last slide highlighting projects is phase 2 of the Estevan project, utility and road upgrades. Council received a much more fulsome update about the Estevan project, I believe in January. This is essentially showing one of those major investments into storm sewer. This project was so large that we had to break it into 2 phases. Phase 1 was delivered very successfully despite some challenges, including trenching across Willows Beach in the middle of summer. And we're very pleased to be advancing phase 2 in 2026, and construction will likely occur through 26, 27, and likely into 2028. And that is my very brief overview of a very busy year for engineering and public works. Thank you.
We appreciate it being busy. Mr. Soulier.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to wrap up the department summaries in a concise manner. So the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department provides opportunities for individuals to pursue health and wellness goals through a wide range of community programs and services. These services are delivered through one of the 5 dedicated recreational facilities at local schools, in parks, and other outdoor public spaces. Our team is also responsible for stewarding parks and natural assets throughout the municipality. The department is comprised of various divisions highlighted on this slide. As was mentioned, the full-time staff complement is joined by hundreds of auxiliary staff who contribute thousands of hours each month. These part-time employees assist with program delivery and a broad array of services from building management and park maintenance to lifeguarding, food services, and special events. Next slide. A few notable accomplishments of the past year are listed on this slide. 2025 was another milestone year for the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department, as we experienced continued high demand reflected in facility utilization, programs, and services. Our team planned and delivered more than 4,600 programs and accommodated more than 1 million total visits to the facilities. The demand for access to sport, recreation, and cultural activities in Oak Bay remains not only local, but regionally significant. Currently, more than 65% of our program registrants and pass holders reside outside of Oak Bay. Looking to the year ahead, the team is focused on several initiatives, including completing the design and planning phase of the Carnarvon Park redevelopment project, initiating the park's master plan, and collaborating with colleagues to modernize how we plan and deliver services, including processes and policies. Next slide, please. This year, you'll notice an updated format for the Parks, Rec, and Culture service areas, which is intended to offer additional clarity about the resources relating to operational categories and programs. For example, we can now view what the district is investing in park operations, as well as each of the various recreational facilities. As shown, the proposed operating budget incorporates anticipated increases in revenue, driven by continued high volume and updated fees, which is estimated to result in a 6.4% increase in revenue beyond last year's overall budget. We are expecting another strong season for the golf course, weather permitting, of course, as well as programs at all of the recreation facilities. Next slide, please. On the expense side, staff are projecting an overall increase to 4.7% above the 2025 budget with a net change of 2.1%. As council is likely aware, much of the program revenue generated in recreation carries a direct operating cost, for example, staff wages, supplies, and equipment. So as revenue grows, certain expenses also increase. A final and important point about the new format is it allows us to see the impact of revenues and direct costs, including the recovery rate or gross profit for each of the service categories. For example, the Henderson Recreation Facility has a 94% recovery rate for direct program costs. Next slide. As previously directed by council, staff have included the investment needed to develop a long-term plan for the district's parks and natural assets. This is one of the complex priority planning projects, along with the Recreation Master Plan and Uplands Park Management Plan, which informed the proposal for a new Parks, Rec, and Culture planning position described in Appendix 4. The second project noted would result in an assessment of options and implications relating to the growing inventory of the district's public art collection. Next. Okay. The cost drivers for the budget are captured on this slide. As noted previously, the continued high demand for services has resulted in incremental growth and supports across all service areas. Staff have also proposed an addition of one new leadership position. At present, there are 2 operational managers supporting the recreation team and a 364-day operation, which has grown consistently to meet community demand for several years. Expansion to the leadership capacity is strongly recommended to ensure that customer service levels are sustained, operational risks are effectively managed, and the overall performance of the team optimized. Failing to invest in this capacity is likely to result in delayed progress on initiatives, decision bottlenecks, and missed opportunities to improve the effectiveness of operations. The Parks, Rec, and Culture team is anticipating continued progress on capital projects already underway, such as the Carnarvon Park project, playground replacements at Quimper Park, as well as Lafayette Park. In addition, staff are preparing to advance asset renewal work, including an analysis of opportunities to address the aging fitness facility at the Oak Bay Recreation Center, and collaborating with colleagues in other departments on other asset management and council priority projects, such as the improvements for the Bowker Creek Waterway. Next slide, please. Next one. Thanks. The final 2 slides outline the funding summaries to support the various capital needs. The majority of the investments relate to existing assets needing renewal or replacement. For example, recreation facilities like the Oak Bay Center require investments to upgrade the fire alarm system, air handling system, lighting, flooring, and equipment. Meanwhile, the parks team will be focusing on renewing or replacing park infrastructure, assessing the condition of all municipal trees, and updating signage. The total capital investment for parks and recreation assets is projected to be significantly higher in the near term, due primarily to the Carnarvon Park project. In closing, I do wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the entire Parks, Rec, and Culture staff team, as well as the hundreds of volunteers who also contribute thousands of hours towards the parks and recreation services in the community. Thank you.
Phew. That's a lot. Thank you, everyone, for those overviews. It's super helpful for us in contemplating next steps. Today, we're not making decisions, obviously, but we are trying to focus if there's information we need to help make decisions. This is the time to ask for that information so we can come back for next week. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Ms. LaChance, before I get to just opening up to questions for council?
No, I think that you captured it well, that we would welcome your questions. I'm happy for any discussion, input, direction that we could take away for coming back on March 12th.
Great, thank you. So I'll just seek questions of staff at this point. And people want to go through. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, through you. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a lot. It is a lot. I had a question on the financial services IT and asset management, Ms. LaChance, and that was under the 2026 planned accomplishments, finance and asset management. And I just wanted to ask you if there is a relationship between it, and maybe it's my own confusion, between bullet number 3, complete development of cash management tool with investment scenario planning model. That bullet, is that related to advanced technology investment evaluation criteria? Are they related in any way? Do they have a relationship? Thank you.
Ms. LaChance?
Thank you, through your worship. So they are separate things. I can see how the vocabulary would attach, but they are in fact separate things. So for within the financial services team, for supporting investments, we need to ensure that we're appropriately managing cash. And so that is actually building out a model. So, just in its simplest form, opening balance, projecting out the actual spends, ending balance, and then what kind of investment placements we can make. And then on the IT front, the investment evaluation is about investment in software versus cash investments. Okay.
Mr. Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I have a couple of different questions for a couple of different folks here, and thank you very much for all the information. It's just can't say enough about the organization behind it, so thank you very much. It's clear how much work's gone into it. I guess my first question, I think, is probably for Ms. Bay, and I just wanted to she had mentioned something that stood out for me, which was that, and recognizing that we have been quite successful in accessing grants, recognizing the investment and sort of the punching above our weight level of our infrastructure investment, our infrastructure and our sustainable infrastructure replacement plan documents. I'm slightly concerned about not being able to, about drawdown in grants, and so maybe Ms. Bay could expand on the transfer of grants. I guess what we're looking at is less numerous grants and being focused in places that are more growth oriented, but I was just wondering whether she could expand on that.
Ms. Bay?
Your Worship, at this point, it's somewhat of a hypothetical concern as we're seeing some of the discussions around it. We haven't seen it prove out in great numbers, but we are starting to see some of the parameters around the grant programs, and some of the indications of the feedback that we're getting is that those are considerations. So it's not something at this point I can quantify, but it is something that we're keeping our eye on. Obviously, the amount of effort that goes into grant applications has to be balanced with the amount of results that we get from those. At this point, there's still a lot of grant application opportunities, and we continue to focus on them. We've got a lot of irons in the fire right now, and we're waiting to hear back on those. It likely won't be all grant programs that have that tied to them, but it is something that we're noticing, and therefore I just wanted to flag it for Council's consideration. I don't think that there's an action point associated with it at this point, but there might be in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that. I think the second question is actually from Ms. LaChance, and I think this is just with respect to and I feel like I may have lost the thread partially here, but just with respect to the information technology manager position, I understand that there's some upfront investments and then with some drawdown in subsequent years, and so I'm just wondering whether, specifically with respect to that, whether Ms. LaChance could just sort of reiterate what is the plan specifically for like an initial investment and then a drawdown after, that's maybe not the right term, but after an impending retirement.
Ms. LaChance?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, I really appreciate the question. I did have to move through it pretty quickly in essence of time, so a nice opportunity to make sure that all of council understands the moving parts, and they are just that, they are moving parts. The existing retirement is actually a term position, so from a council approval perspective, it would have been a -1 at the end of that term in any case. And so the 0.67 request is in fact asking for a new permanent ongoing resource. There is an overlap, and so I apologize if I misled in any way earlier, but from a council perspective, it is a term position. In the FTE chart, it was showing as a 1, and you wouldn't have had any notation on it that it was a term. I think that for council's information, just knowing that -1 would have happened in any case. the funding. A slightly different model for the IT project manager, existing role, that was receiving money as it worked on projects within the capital plan. The future model is an ongoing operating position with only a minor cost recovery from capital. So it does have an impact on taxation. There will be some offset costs, but for council's decision making, really to know that it's 0.67 ongoing request.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Just, I think one further question, Your Worship, I think is for engineering, and Mr. Rennick had spoken to the traffic services position, which he kind of described as sort of adding on an FTE to create essentially a two-person crew to work in that type of environment. I heard sidewalks and signage mentioned. If I look at what's included in the new requests appendix, it describes it as directly assigned to remediate existing sidewalk structures. So can I get just a clarification on tasking?
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, we have two separate staffing requests in Public Works. The core request for traffic services is that curb painting, crosswalk touch-ups, regulatory signage. There is also an optional investment for greater investment in sidewalk repairs. So those are two separate requests, two separate positions.
Thank you for that. Councillor Appleton?
Okay, I'd appreciate that clarification, because when I look at the core requests appendix, and it talks about that traffic services position, it says directly assigned to remediate existing sidewalk structures. So I'm hearing that that's kind of like expanded out to curbs and crosswalks and things of that nature as well. So, because there is the mention outside of, in the additional requests section, there is that additional, I note that additional position as well, talking about additional FTEs for concrete repairs, et cetera. But I'm just noting that traffic services position specifically references that.
Thank you very much for that catch, Councillor Appleton. Just looking at the table, the language it's just a copy-paste error. The same language shows up twice for the concrete repairs and the traffic services, so that's well noted, and we can revise that.
Thank you. Move over to Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and through you. I'm wondering, for the HR triennial compensation survey, is that something that can be done? I'm assuming that other municipalities do surveys like that as well, and so I'm wondering whether or not that's a cost that can be shared with other municipalities that are like the like size as us.
Go ahead, Ms. Gannon.
Through the chair, that is a possibility and something that we can look towards in the future. It is interesting because a lot of municipalities are doing salary reviews this year using the same consultant. So noted, and I'll look into that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then my next question is around the election costs. And I'm wondering, can that ever be taken out of a budget surplus from somewhere else, or does it always have to be taken from tax dollars?
Ms. LaChance?
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship. Yes, absolutely. It would be classified as one-time expenses when we haven't already previously saved for it. And so that would cause a tax rate fluctuation. And so we would look for funding that from one-time funds. It is included in part in the our staff recommendation for one-time funding from surplus. Yeah. So you'll see that just an opportunity to, again, introduce the additional reconciliation that's been provided. And so you'll see the description listed in there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And then I'm trying to remember how much we normally get from UVic. I think it's like from the province for UVic for the grant in aid. And I think it's around $60,000 a year or something like that. And the reason I'm asking is because, once again, when I look at the number of fire service calls that we get there, and not even looking at the police calls that we got 67 calls last year to UVic. And I think that we get maybe about $60,000 in grant and aid. It hasn't really gone up very much at all, has it?
Ms. LaChance?
Yes, thank you. So I do have the snippet that we've got a grant in lieu of taxes of 65,000.
And again, sorry, Mayor, I say this every year. I think that we should be asking for more money than that, or asking the province to increase the pool of money for the amount of money that we put in there and the training that we give and have to go through for that confined spaces training, I believe, that the fire department has to go through. So I would love us, at some point, I'll make a motion that we write a letter to the province again to ask for more money. And it'll go nowhere, I'm quite sure. So my next question is around, where was it? Around the surveys. I know that we do a whole bunch of surveys in every single different department. And I mean, at some point, I'm wondering whether there's a cost benefit for us to have a person that does the surveys and specifically does surveys for all of the other departments or for all of the departments combined. Because when I look at that, like, $30,000 here for a survey, $50,000 here for a survey, at some point I'm wondering whether it would behoove us to have a position that just works on surveys.
That was more of a comment than a question, I think. So, Ms. LaChance?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. So there's sort of a double-sided question there about if we see spending within multiple departments, when or will we be looking at those for possibly considering a staff position? And when would that be a cost savings, theoretically, to suggest we should make that move? So we do actually have our eyes on a number of line items where we would look for that. Purchasing was one that was in recent times that council may remember, that we were starting to spend increasing amounts on procurement services external to the organization, had internal unmet need as well as the higher costs. And so we transitioned that to an in-house. We are looking at keeping our eye on legal costs, but you do raise a good question that I'd like to get some help maybe from my colleague, Ms. Bay, who understands maybe better than myself from either background, from the communication standpoint. Maybe there's some additional, and not to put her on the spot, I'm sorry, through your worship.
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Actually, before you answer that question, my apologies. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting for 1 hour? Hopefully we won't use that. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Please continue. Sorry, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, actually, ironically, when we do surveys and we ask people how they want to provide input, answering surveys is one of the most popular choices. So this community does actually like surveys. I will, however, note it is a biased sample. I just have to, people answering surveys obviously like answering surveys. So having said that, the number of surveys that we run from year to year does vary quite a bit. We have now introduced doing the community survey on a biannual basis going forward. So we're not doing one this year, but we would be doing one next year. That's our biggie. There's also a number of departmental surveys that are run, often attached to projects. And this past year has been a very heavy project year. So I don't know how representative it's necessarily going to be going forward. I know that the fire department will be running a survey shortly, and there's funding attached to that one. It has been a little bit up and down over the years. Hiring a position specific to surveys might be a bit overkill. However, if that position could also cover off other communication aspects, which is, I think, not an unreasonable ask. There might be an argument to be made for that. I know we did have a communication needs assessment done last year, and that needs assessment did identify that we're on the cusp of needing an additional communications person. So when it comes to bringing forward that request, then maybe that's the time to attach that position to also running some of the surveys, thereby helping to rationalize course, the costs that would be associated with bringing that additional person on. There'd be some offsetting reductions in consultant cost, presumably, if we were to go that route. As I mentioned earlier, we are probably underrepresented given how much engagement this community does on the communications front. And if that continues on, then there's probably going to be a trigger at some point for additional resources on that communications front.
Thank you. Please continue, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And a lot of my questions, I mean, I love the work that we've done on our budget. I think that all of your hands are tied very much so when it comes to having to put requests to us as a council. And of course, our job is to try and make sure that we keep our taxes at a reasonable level. And I think when we saw the tax rate of 11.3 or whatever it was, all of us around the table basically said, no, we can't do that. We need to look at ways to cut. So a lot of my questions are just around where we possibly could cut. And it's not because I don't want to give you as much money as I possibly could. So in saying that, I just wanted to ask if around the new staff positions, do we know how many of those are for regulatory compliance as opposed to service expansion? And if not, I'm happy to wait till next week to get the answer to that question. But it's just something that I was just kind of thinking about and wondered if you might have an answer to that.
So I don't have an answer off the top of my head for that. I think that there's a blend within some of the positions that are related to support services. I'd like to be able to look at that and come back to council if that's appropriate. Okay.
Please continue.
I'll ask one more question, Mayor, if I may, before it goes on to someone else. And that's around, I mean, I'm looking at some of these items, and I'll use the IT strategy project as an example. And I'm wondering, and again, I don't know whether this can be answered tonight or whether it'll be answered next week, or whether you'll come back with a couple of things next week that we can consider. But for example, if the IT strategy project was to be phased over 2 years, could that be done to kind of reduce the budget impact for this year? And would that be something that is feasible or not feasible?
Just a chance.
Yes, thank you, through your worship. So yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that using the IT strategy as an example can help on a number of requests across a number of departments. Absolutely, the principle of prioritization is, as you saw in the introductory slides, paramount to the way that we can navigate through a period of investment and economic uncertainty, cost escalation. So happy to entertain those questions. With respect to the IT strategy, there are sort of two distinct asks from IT. There's staffing that's in some way linked to the strategy, but that's primarily to lead forward after we would complete a strategy. The strategy is a separate piece of work that can advance without the staffing component, if that helps with some clarity. It is one-time funding that's being asked for. It has been identified from surplus, but it still should be subject to deferral discussion because it does drive expenses, it consumes capacity, so still fair, even if it has one-time funding. And I would say that that project can be delayed or prolonged. We did evaluate that secondary option, but we did consider that that would end up landing us with recommendations and the ability to move forward on technology work actually into year 3. And so typically if you're going to straddle 2 years, you can maybe bring something online in that year 2. But we really couldn't foresee a scenario where we could advance that work if we prolonged it. And we would also be at risk of paying more because consultants would be involved. They typically would do engagements like that, coming in, getting the work done over a number of months, and getting out, if I could say it that way.
Watson next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. It's for Mr. Soulier, and I think I'm asking it because I had a moment of inattention during your presentation. But I'm looking at your PRC budget drivers. Could you just explain again the $500,000 increase with respect to staffing programs? Thank you.
Sure, through the mayor. So these are additional costs that, excuse me, are associated with the increased volume of activity that we're seeing really across all program areas, right from the direct delivery of recreation programs to supporting the services related to janitorial and building maintenance, park maintenance, food services. All of the areas had an incremental increase included in there.
So if I could just follow up on that. So to what extent do those kinds of cost drivers get reflected in offsetting revenue? I mean, is there a relationship between that activity level and the actual number of people who are using the facility and therefore revenue? Or are they kind of working independently?
Mr. Soulier?
Through the mayor, to an extent, yes. So those that are involved in direct delivery of programs, certainly there's that connection. And then there's an indirect connection, for example, in terms of keeping the facilities clean or reception services in terms of our customer service. So yeah, sort of two responses to that question. But the net impact, I guess, is a point that I was noting is 2.1% overall. And that accounts for the revenue that is generated.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Smart, then Patterson.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director Soulier. My question was just with regards to the impact on the 2026 tax revenue due to the COVID funding going away. And I just wondered, for the benefit of the public especially, if you could just give a short synopsis of Council's previous discussion on looking at user fees and increases and sort of the next touch point that Council will have to relook at that again. Just appreciating that the report mentions, there'll be a tax increase unless fees are increased. And I just would appreciate just having a little bit of a synopsis about, what Council did already look at the table with regards to that and when we'll be continuing to look at that again.
Mr. Soulier?
Sure, through the mayor. I think there's perhaps two parts to that question, and I'll turn to my colleague, Ms. LaChance, with respect to the recovery rate discussion. But in terms of the fees, the COVID funding, but the fees discussion is one that we are looking at bringing forward to council on an annual basis, a plan for fees and charges related to parks, recreation, and culture. You will recall that I believe it was in the summer of 2025. We were a little bit delayed in getting that to you, but we did account for roughly a 4% increase across many of the categories, in some cases a little bit higher, and other cases a little bit lower. But we are looking at doing that on a regular basis, conducting our internal evaluations about what it's costing us to deliver programs, looking at the regional market and what is happening in those other jurisdictions, as well as what customers are willing to pay for some of those services as well. So we will certainly be bringing that forward to you for the 2027 budget, earlier if necessary, but certainly in time for consideration for next year.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I just really would like to thank all of the staff. They've made our job very difficult because they've all, I think, really gone to the mat for their departments and in presenting their cases, and everybody was very well spoken. So it does make it very difficult, I think, for us. But so and I'm always impressed by every year we just keep refining this process. I do hope that eventually we're going to get to one set standard so that we are just reviewing a set standard every year. It's been a little bit more difficult when it shifts and we have to readjust, but it's getting, the clarity is, I think, commendable. So I just want to thank you all for that. I'll just follow up a little bit too. I guess it's our Director of Recreation that it might be taking some of the questions, but And Mr. Soulier did refer to the fact, and we've, I think, don't always state that our facilities are not just for the District of Oak Bay, and we tend to think they are, but they're not. They are regional facilities. So I think it would be very interesting to see the recovery rate, how it is in Oak Bay. It has come down a little bit, perhaps, from what it was in other years, but it would be interesting to understand what our recovery rate is to others within the region. And it would also be interesting to understand the capital costs, because the recovery rate is really the operating expenses that we look at. But it doesn't include the capital cost, and the capital cost for recreation is significant. And I've looked at other municipalities' budgets, and ours are quite closely aligned with that. But I'm just wondering if there is any way of getting a more complete picture of capital and operating budgets and how we fare compared to some of the other members in the region.
Mr. Soulier. Thank you for the question through the mayor. So perhaps first on the recovery rate, I do think it's an important conversation that we have when we look at essentially what's included in that recovery rate. If you look across the country, really, you'll typically find recreation separate from parks when looking at a recovery rate. So because there's revenue generated in the recreation department, and in our case in a very significant way, over $10 million, it would be important to sort of define what that looks like. In my experience, what a typical approach would be is you're looking at direct program costs. So as I mentioned earlier, staffing, supplies, equipment, benefits, those things that go into directly offering those programs and generating that revenue, as opposed to indirect costs, and that would be facilities maintenance, park maintenance, corporate support and corporate overhead would also be indirect costs. So in order to do a really effective comparison to other municipalities, we'd have to make sure we're getting that apples to apples information and sharing that. I do know that I think it's Saanich, they look at sort of a facility-based recovery rate. I haven't looked in detail to see what they've included in terms of their direct costs, just to see if it aligns with the definition that I provided, but I think that would be an important action as we look forward to comparing ourselves to other municipalities. And then secondly, when it comes to the capital, as was mentioned earlier, the condition of these assets really is a critical factor, right? And understanding, the age and condition of each of the facilities that we're including in such a comparison, as well as what the situation is in those comparator jurisdictions as well. Continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that explanation. It always is quite enlightening to figure out what everybody around the region is doing for parks and recreation, and it is somewhat confusing when parks are part of it also, because they're quite different from the recreational aspect. And I know that our Parks Department do have a lot of work here in Oak Bay because we have a lot of trees. Just moving along from that, I will go back to actually corporate administration, and this question, I should have asked it probably right at the start, because I've noticed I could have asked the same question as we went around the different departments. And the electronic document management system, which is, a fair amount, but nevertheless, and for many of these where there is, where we are looking at new software to implement in the departments, the cost is of course right up front, but the report, thank you very much, does say that this will be ongoing project, but doesn't really state within this package how long, what the estimated phase-in of using the software to effectively get to the goals that we're achieving. So I'm just wondering if perhaps Ms. Anderson could elaborate a little bit on what she sees as a phase-in of that electronic technology actually being of full value to the district?
Ms. Henderson?
That's a great question. I'm not sure if I actually am equipped to answer at this point. I'm still discovering the records management part of under my portfolio. So could I report back at the next meeting with a more fulsome answer?
Yes, by all, yeah. Thank you, Mayor, through you. And yes, that would be good. And I think for everyone that had technology, because we see the sometimes sizable expense in year one, but this isn't a year one. It'll be done. It'll be integrated into our systems, and it will work. And by the next year, everything will be finished. There can be phase-in times to this, and I think it's important that we also speak to that so that members of the community know that this is just the first step in a longer-term goal.
Thank you. I'm going to also just hand it over to Ms. LaChance to add to the answer, but also, I think if answerable, I'm curious how much in terms of the planning piece of it, because I think those electronic records piece are intended to reduce the time spent doing administrative hunting and searching in a pretty, records-heavy industry. So I'm curious if there's been looking forward, if the anticipation is that we'll have some impact on reducing costs or staff load going forward. Ms. LaChance?
Thank you, to your worship and through you. I wanted to make a comment about, yes, we can take away and come back and talk about each of those projects a bit more greater detail because they are software, so they don't act, walk and talk like some of the other assets that you're more familiar with. I think I touched on it in my introduction comments around IT and the asks that are within that, so the core budget request asks. There are a number of projects that are IT related that do require some IT capacity and leadership to help complete the planning phase. Just like any other project, and this is where it is very similar to any other asset, there's a planning phase that helps us determine detailed design, as well as that sort of Class B estimate, if you will, on software. And so there are a number of projects, including asset management, EDRMS, that are requiring that level of effort to further define the exact timing of those costs and also what the eventual functionality that it'll deliver. The original placement of those within the plan is because we've already anticipated those savings that you referred to, Mayor Murdoch, around the adoption of systems allows us to reduce staff time. Allows us to more easily search, be in regulatory compliance when it comes to FOI and privacy legislation, and that's where I'm out of my lane. My other colleague will help me, but I'll sort of, from a technology perspective, just help share on those projects that they are sort of suffering the same fate, that they need some help to get moving. And they do still require the same type of due diligence to give you those explicit answers. I would say both of those projects that I'm using as an example are in that phase.
Continue.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I know it's a tough question, but obviously I'm wanting, if we're making this investment to move us forward, I am wanting to know when we will experience the full value of the investment that we're making. My last question, and this will not surprise anybody, I don't think, but on new optional investments, number 34, the sidewalk program, I am wondering, this isn't included right now, but I'm wondering if Director Rennick could perhaps speak to, if council was to consider that, how that would move forward the sidewalk improvement program within the district.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, that is intended as operational fund. So we actually have two different funds for dealing with sidewalks. The operational fund is for trip hazards and minor maintenance work. These positions are for that type of work. Council has already directed that staff undertake a prioritization program for the capital sidewalk, and that prioritization program is underway, and we're hoping to be able to report back to this council with the results of that. So those are two separate asks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to second time questions in a second, but I just have a couple that I want to just touch on. Just if to Ms. LaChance, on this, I have just a quick question. I can't. There's obviously an ask for a payroll position. I can't remember. I know there was some talk about a new payroll system, and I can't remember if that was implemented or if that's not yet done, or where that process is. Can you just refresh my memory on have we implemented a new payroll system, or are we planning to in the near future?
Thank you, to your worship. So I'm going to go a bit on what I've learned since I've been at the district in terms of the history. It was just, I would say, about 4 or 5 years ago that we implemented an in-house payroll system. Before that, it was a hosted and a managed service. So there we had a payroll provider doing most of the processing. At that time, council made the decision to launch that software internally. And that was the sort of inception of the payroll staff that we have in place now, except for in 2024, I'm hoping that I've got my memory right, council approved a payroll position to support the ongoing transaction levels, the level of growth in the organization, driving those transactions, as well as turnover in the organization creates pressure for onboarding and offboarding. That payroll position was recruited several times. We were unable to keep that position for any length of time. That resulted in reductions in the other payroll coordinator positions over time. Knowing the market and knowing that payroll specialists are extremely difficult to recruit, they're a highly specialized skill set, particularly in a complex environment where we're processing 9 payrolls and we're processing payroll every week. So you have to have some payroll chops. So what we did was we actually had redeployed that position just this past year to round out the realignment in finance, where we've really made a concerted effort to have the appropriate type of transactionary delivery at the front counter, review, batch clearing, error correction. Sorry, I'm probably way too deep for council, but I can talk about it all day long. But we've really made a concerted effort that there's the right types of competencies and the right types of designated or trained staff to oversee the size of the organization that is here today. Part of that was the moving that payroll position into more of a management deployment. That would be happy to follow up if you would like.
Nope, that's fine. I remember there were some over the years we've had the conversation about software, so I was just curious. Sometimes if you're having to keep adding staff, it's kind of a flag that maybe we have the wrong software and we can do things more efficiently. So that was sort of the genesis of the question. Can I just, on the facilities management side of things, in the FTEs, it has currently 3 with an asterisk saying restated and then 4. Just refresh for me just what that is. Is that a new, just how does that number, where does that come from, the restated?
To you, I just don't have it just in front of me now, but I think I know what you're referring to. So the restated column for 2025 refers to that global audit that we did, and where positions maybe previously weren't reported because they were funded from other sources, that would have been restated. Because it happened fairly globally, maybe not on every division, we would have that title, that header. There are, as you know, a sizable capital program being supported by facilities, not only in its own, but it does work for other departments. And so there would have been that capital funding implication in that department. So you do have three full-time positions supporting that division, as well as the realignment of the recreation facility staff.
Okay, thank you for just that clarification of that change. And I just want to make sure I'm reading, because in the building and planning, it has under the revenue pieces that Scott, everything's bracketed, which in my mind is always a negative, but I'm assuming the 442,500 is actually increased revenue, is that correct? Okay, just checking.
Yes, thank you for that.
And then my last question, or questions, just 2 of them related to Parks, Rec, and Culture. One, I think it was largely answered, but I am curious. It was just mentioned like the 94% recovery rate for Henderson. That does not include like just things like the building cost, right? The replacement cost of building or like equivalent of a lease cost to cover those pieces. It's really just the operational cost and equipment cost for that building.
That's correct. I would say that it would be the program cost. So the revenue that's generated through the programs that are delivered, so the fitness programs and the recreation programs, and the costs associated with delivering those, the direct costs. So staffing, supplies, equipment, not maintenance of the building.
So none
that
of
would be
them
excluded from that calculation. Yeah.
And just and does that also just for my information? Does that also include the golf maintenance costs?
No, golf is a separate line item, so you'll see under golf, the total revenue is 377,000,
Yeah.
and then under the expenses, 243. So that is the cost of the staff that run the golf course specifically.
The other, just I guess, broad question, in the realignment of the facilities piece, one of the things that we have quite, I think, differentiated Oak Bay, because we are so dependent on revenue on the Parks, Rec, and Culture, we have typically, provided fairly high levels of maintenance on the buildings because they have to be attractive, and sort of more than just maintaining the building threshold, there's a business driver for that. So in this transition of the Parks and Rec facilities management to the more broader one, I just want to can I just ask the question, is there thought there to make sure that we're not sort of, I guess, commoditizing that work, that it's going to still be very responsive to the business needs of the building, Parks, Rec, and Culture? I guess to you, Mr. Souliere.
Perhaps I can start. Absolutely. There's a very clear understanding internally in our teams that what the importance of maintaining those facilities to the standard that they need to be maintained for the service expectations that we currently have, as well as the future revenue generation and potential that we still have in those facilities.
Okay, that's a satisfactory answer. Thank you. And my last question is just related to, and I didn't have it earlier thinking about it, but just the comments made about the increased utilization of the facilities that's driving increased costs. And has there been work done to, I mean, we've been concerned about raising fees because it might drop the utilization, but I'm just curious if there's a threshold where we're getting, 5% more people, but that's driving, sort of net new cost. Is there anything there where we say, actually, maybe it's worthwhile to increase fees, maybe that we kind of level out the utilization, we'd have more revenue, we'd have lower costs because we don't have to cross those thresholds. So just curious in that calculation if that analysis is being done.
Through you, Mayor, I would say the work that was done, I believe it was in 2024, the district undertook an economic analysis. There were some projections made around price elasticity and how far that we could go with some of the price adjustments. We actually followed the recommendations and in some cases exceeded, and we have not seen any reduction in patronage in the past year. So we are, I would say, on a good track, and there's probably more room to go to grow those fees, especially in some of the more market-based programs and services that we have. There's certainly a ceiling that we have not reached for some of those.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was, yeah, that's a fair comment. Thanks. That concludes my questions. I'll go to second-time speakers, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I appreciate all the comments about recovery rates. I had a question also on recovery rates, but I feel like we've interrogated Mr. Souliere here extensively. But I do really appreciate the context, and I find it's an interesting conversation to talk about the elasticity of rates and the pressure on facilities and all these types of things. It's a very fascinating discussion. So I don't envy your job, Mr. Souliere, so thank you. I will take the opportunity to not ask another question about that, but thank you for the context. So it leaves me actually with just one. I feel like I'm really nitpicking, but on the facility side of things, this just stuck out for me that we're, in terms of cost drivers, that we're paying as much for maintenance on Athlone Court as we are almost as what we do for City Hall, which is kind of surprising to me. So I'm just kind of wondering on the facility side of thing what the driver is for, I guess not a new building, but I guess a comparatively new to us building. What's the cost driver there?
Mr. Graham?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. That's really the lease costs, the cost of the lease rather than the maintenance cost. It is an operational cost, so it's worded the same way.
Thank you. Then I have Councillor Green and then Braithwaite.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor, to everyone. As I'm listening to you, and I think Ms. LaChance said the word, it's deep, and it is deep, and it's a lot of information. And I don't know if I'm asking a redundant question, but how do we package this information for the public? They choose or identify one barometer, and that's the tax rate. But I don't think the average Oak Bay resident understands how much work goes into this whole process and what drives it. And so how do we communicate with the public in a very direct way that is, simplified and maybe, I know we do surveys and questionnaires and so on, but is there a way that we could develop like a cheat sheet that we could communicate and highlight the things that are really important? Because I think, in a simple way, in plain language, so that people aren't overwhelmed with so much information. So it's just a question. It's not, I don't expect an answer, but I would really like us to think about how we communicate this information annually. And I know we do a lot of work with questionnaires and surveys, as I mentioned, and I know that we have the financial plans and everything is so well put together. But for the average resident, what do they really need to know and understand? And so that's a very general. And I know I'm always asking these process questions, which are a drag.
I don't think it's that hard. We can just point them to this meeting and we can just have AI add some jazzy music and some special effects, and I'm sure we'd be fine. Okay, that's the Councillor Braithwaite, and then I want to, then after that, we're going to finish the last few slides, and then we're going to open up for any remaining public questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. I think it'd be interesting to show them us fighting over $10,000. I think that would be a good thing to do. Just going to what your comments were around Parks and Rec and Culture, and that was, I think that really we have to be really proud of ourselves for the amount of money that we have put into the maintenance for Parks, Rec and Culture, because our facility at Oak Bay Rec, that is basically the same age as Crystal Pool, and they're going to have to replace theirs, and that's going to cost them millions and millions of dollars. And we, because of the people that sat around this table and the people that have been in charge at Oak Bay Parks, Rec and Culture, have kept our facilities in such good shape, and we should be really proud of that. So I just want to say kudos to staff and whoever sat around the table for allowing all of that money to be put into maintenance at that time.
50 years. All right, I'm going to go back to Ms. LaChance and hand it back to you to finish the last areas of slides and on the funding. And then if anybody, we did have public input earlier, but I'll open it up for public input again at the end of these slides as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm happy to take us through to the end with the brief slides on, sorry, while I was resting here, my throat was seizing up. So this slide, you're familiar with it. It does provide you the 5-year forecast on taxation revenue. We regularly compare that back to the previous year's year 2 forecast. It is a bit gray on the bottom, so difficult to read perhaps, but the previous estimate was 10.5%, and that tax increase based on this draft budget was 11.2%. Of note is that year 2 and for that matter, year 2 through the remainder of the 5-year are forecasts, and they are not subjected to the same level of due diligence that, of course, our budget year just ahead of us would be. As time goes by, our assumptions become less sure, but there's a degree of certainty that we have when we put the budget together that our assumptions generally, on average, will hold true through that 5-year period. So we feel comfortable giving you a forecast graph like this. We try our best to have the best 5-year financial plan that we can. But you're always going to see sort of this surge in that first year until we develop perhaps better year 2 and more due diligence on year 2. Where you've got the tax increase happening in year 1, not so happening in year 2. So just as a note that while we continue to compare to that year 2, it's won't be reflecting the all the correct assumptions, pricing, and contract obligations that we have, which are now reflected in 11.2. I do think, and I hope that this projection does provide council with some information as they make decisions, so it can be used as an indicative tax rate forecast. It was sort of sticking with me from last year's budget meeting about sensitivity. I had wanted to develop that. I think I have to ask for some more time on that. What it would be is it would be a 5-year forecast like this with some of those key assumptions pulled out for clarity. And then there would be some forecast variance in terms of the sensitivity in the financial plan assumptions. Of course, I would hope to be fully staffed to deliver that, and I'm working on it. And yes, and whether or not we defer some of the budget requests, I just mean that I have an existing vacancy. Apologies. Okay, and so to keep us moving, I just wanted to draw our attention back. We didn't spend much time in this deliberation on debt. I'm always happy to have another. As I mentioned, we are coming back to council in the spring for more on the debt program. Sounds like more of a discussion on reserves and investment management as well at some point. But this is very important as we put together that 5-year plan that we're closely watching in relationship to the debt management policy, which sets a maximum of 25% of revenue, and it's actually tied directly to legislation. This curve of increase in taxation that you're seeing here it's actually a percentage of revenue that's going to debt servicing, my apologies, is going to be, is of course directly related to Carnarvon Park development investment, public safety building, which is still in feasibility, and then the drainage and road rehabilitation works that are underway, which Mr. Rennick had touched on earlier. So just to wrap up, I'm going to resurface some of the key decision-making documents. I want to make sure that council is able to leave with what you need, and then also that you're able to give us the direction that we need to come back and prepare the best day 2 for you. So this is, of course, the driver taxation increased driver slide with many of the items that you would have seen before. And maybe perhaps received reports on already. The new items that we discussed were around the PRC COVID restart funding, as well as the fees, the bottom two offsetting revenue increases and one-time funding. The just resurfacing for you the optional investments in this slide. Just reiterating that helpful to see forward. So you're actually getting a look forward into some of the department's work plans. We think that they're relevant to some of the prioritization that council will be considering in this budget. So it's here for you and understanding how that'll impact tax and household. And then the one-time funding, I know it's a very long laundry list, but it's just absolute transparency with use of surplus is a requirement. So we have provided this for council's reference. Each of those very detailed tables have been summarized in that Appendix 15 that we hope is helpful for you. Happy to take feedback if the format is difficult for you. Please do let me know. And then, of course, this is our starting off point, showing I've just resurfaced the council resolutions here for us to consider 2 alternatives. The initial work is in progress, and we'd like to share with council how we've interpreted these motions as an ending point this evening before we maybe receive any other direction or input from council. Translating those resolutions, and it's our expectation that we're going to prepare 2 scenarios. A scenario A with core FTE requests included, reducing the taxation impact from 11.2% to 10%. You can see to the right, I've quantified that with the 1.2% reduction in tax. It's equivalent to $483,600. And then scenario B is without core FTE requests. That would take us from our existing 11.2 down to 8 in that scenario. The total equivalent reduction scenario that would be quantifying there would be 1.2 million, $1,297,900, and that's a total reduction of 3.2%. So with that, I'd like to just pause there if there's any further direction. If we don't receive any further direction, this will be content, and probably enough content for that whole day too. But not to say that we can't take any other comments from council, but we're busy preparing this to bring back, of course, the entire budget that you've received this evening with staff recommendation and these scenarios.
Thank you for that. I have just one request for next week, and that is just some documentation that really lays out exactly what the actual new positions are, both the core and the optional just pieces. So we're very clear about all the pieces that attach to that, so that we can have that, just understand exactly what the new positions are possible within this proposal.
If it's okay to clarify back,
Sure.
just I think you're looking for a succinct explanation of each of those FTE requests.
Yes, yeah,
be-
yes, basically a short description and the cost and whether they're in the core or in the optional. I know it's sort of in here
Okay.
in a couple of different places, but
Yes, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, understood.
I know anyway. I know there's one sheet in there, but I was just going through here and making my notes. I couldn't find it. It may well be back in that thing. Okay. Before we go to any final questions, I'm just gonna. There's a couple of people from the community online, so I'm just gonna make sure there's nobody else in the room. We did have public input earlier, but I just want to make sure if there's any people who wish to speak to council, this is the last opportunity at this meeting. There'll be an opportunity again at the next meeting. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak? And if so, you can raise your hand through the Zoom app, through the Reactions tab. Or if you're watching this live stream, you can hit call the 1-855 number and hit *9. Okay, I don't see any hands popping up. So I'm going to come back to this table. Are there any questions on these last final bits or any other direction or information that people would like to see coming back on next Thursday? I think we're largely wrapped up, so I would need a motion just to receive the report. Moved and seconded, thank you. Don't usually discuss receipt. All those in favor? Any opposed? Anything else, just to turn to staff, anything else you would like from us before we leave this meeting? I know that's probably a weighted question since everybody wants to bolt out of here. Ms. Hunt?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate council's participation, input, and patience this evening. I did take away 2 requests that we will action, and that is looking at the core service requests. Councillor Braithwaite had asked if we could look at, if there's a regulatory compliance versus service expansion, so we'll bring that back. And Councillor Patterson had asked around the IT-related projects and whether there was an operating cost associated with those capital investments. And then your last final point around the actual FTEs and the new requests. So we'll make sure that those are highlighted in the next report.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of council, thank you. I know this is a lot to sit through, and you have to sit for a long time and not speak very much except for little bursts. The information incredibly helpful. I take Councillor Green's point. I should have wished that we could have forced the whole community to sit here and listen to all of what is going on, how much work is going on to deliver these services at a very high level in the community. There is no fluff here. I mean, I think that's really important. It doesn't mean we can't sharpen our pencils, but really appreciate all the work that's been done so far to get us to this point. So thank you for that. I need a motion to adjourn. Move second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Opposed. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.